Start stream. Alright, we should be live, hopefully. I've had to reopen all 28 tabs, which... not ideal. But yeah, because I'm running it through Bluetooth, my Starfield headset, it messes things up quite drastically. My PC doesn't like it.
I used Bluetooth for my headphones on my laptop.
Yeah, I think it's just everything on my PC is configured to not go through Bluetooth. So the moment I switched from wireless to Bluetooth, it was like, hey, buddy. I don't think so. What you doing? Kind of thing. I had like an amazing stream planned out today where I was just going to mock everything. And, well, so Microsoft had other plans. I'm like, hold my beer, buddy. Hold my beer. And, well, so Microsoft had other plans.
Is that why you wanted me on?
Like, hold my beer, buddy. Absolutely. No, just kidding. No, I wanted your opinion on some of the stuff. But we're going to start soon.
Okay.
It looks like my audio is coming through. Is Chille's audio coming through, chat? It should be. He's the Chille Meister.
Hi, chat.
All right. Yeah, it's so hot in London today, so humid, that it's literally affecting all wireless signals in my area. It says you're quiet. I can fix that.
I can also turn it up a little bit.
But you know, we didn't want it. I mean, yours at like minus 40 decibels. You should be fine now. Yeah, like minus 25.
Okay. How about now? I am talking with words. It doesn't help that this also adds, this adds echo cancellation and noise cancellation to something that I already have. I could probably turn those off, to be honest.
He's definitely sounding a lot better, isn't it? Definitely sounding
God.
a lot better.
What happened?
That was really loud and deep.
Really loud?
It sounded like someone... Yeah, that was really loud and very... like you were possessed by someone.
I'm possessed.
But anyone else
yes,
hear
once.
that? I've lost my hearing now.
All right, let's get started. Let's get started. I mean, I'd like to get started. I think everyone would like to get started. Hello, everyone. I am joined today with Chille, our resident pony. Good pony.
Nay.
You know, we had an amazing stream plan today. I would mock him all day, but Microsoft decided to have other plans and decided that they wanted to just show Sony how brilliantly they can one-up them in effing up.
It's true. Though, as much as we're mocking it right now, I do feel bad for the game development teams that have been affected by this today. It was kind of crazy news. Like, I don't even think they knew until we found out. I think they found out as we found out.
I would say so, yeah. I mean, you don't publicize layoffs. You pretty much let it go on the last minute because you can't keep that information quiet. People will know.
I mean, did you see that the Redfall database got updated on Steam 5 hours ago about the DLC at the same time that all these came out?
Yeah.
So they found out as we found out, which sucks.
Well, I mean, it's normal, right? At the end of the day, as a business, they need to keep this as quiet as possible so they can control it. It's unfortunate, but the problem is the moment layoffs are happening, especially when it comes to the games industry, the first thing they're going to do is run out to the nearest journalist and report on it. And because of that, this is the type of reaction that companies have to underdo, because they need to control the narrative. Now, if people wouldn't run over to Jason Schreier and everyone else the moment, they broke a nail or something, not downplaying what's happening here, but, maybe companies would be a little bit more forthcoming with their stuff. Like when we had layoffs in our company, we didn't find out till the day. When I worked at Sega and we had layoffs on Valentine's Day, the way they actually did the layoffs on Valentine's Day was that if you actually got a Valentine's card, your P45 was inside it.
Oh. Why was I thinking that was going to be the way they were going to do it? Like, you got either a Valentine's Day card or there was going to be a chocolate on your desk if you're still there. Like, if you're still working for them, they've left a little love heart chocolate. If there's no chocolate at your desk, you've got
like five. I remember I went to my QA manager, right? And I was like, well, ain't I part of the crew? How come I didn't get one? And he goes, if you didn't get one, be grateful. Just sit down, be quiet, because you're going to find out why. And there's going to be a lot of upset people. So please be, tactful and sensitive about people's reactions. And it still didn't clock in, because I think I was there for maybe 3 months at this point. And my contract was up for renewal as well, because Sega didn't offer full-time contracts. They still don't. It's only 3 monthly contracts that they offer. And then
it's the same with Microsoft, right? Microsoft only offers 6 months, I think?
18 months.
With the gaming stuff, 18 months.
Yeah. So Sega actually offer only 3 months. And once a year, they put forward names to Sega of Japan. And someone in Sega of Japan who has never seen you, never spoken to you, doesn't know of your existence, looks at that list and decides if they want to take anyone on board as permanent. That's how you get a permanent placement at Sega. At least that's how it was when I worked there. And from what I've heard, it's only gotten worse with 0-hour contracts.
Yeah, that is horrendous. That is not good at all.
Nope. But before we get on to the main news...
Okay.
According to Jeff Grubb, Grubbity Grub, apparently Perfect Dark is in an absolute terrible state.
You're telling me having a completely different company working on your video game that doesn't really have any references to the video game is making a bad video game?
Apparently, yes. This is almost like the whole Halo TV series, where not having any indication about the TV series and not wanting to know the lore or anything about the video game produced a TV series that fans weren't happy with. But, as this was my most looked forward to game for the June showcase, if it is true, I am probably going to be... I'm devastated at this one, because I really liked the Perfect Dark on the Xbox. It was a very, very good game. But hearing this news, there's only so many L's you can take. But the one thing I'm really liking right now about the Xbox community, none of them are sitting back and, I'm still seeing sympathizers. And you've got your Tim Dog out there with Peter Rovo literally championing this as the worst thing to happen to video games ever. But the ones that are actually
I saw someone
sane...
comparing this to the Nintendo crash of no, this is nothing like the Nintendo crash of the 80s. I'm sorry.
No, it's not.
I know technically I wasn't born then, but I was born in that decade. That's how old I am. But no, this is nothing like the original video game crash of the 80s. This is nowhere near close to it yet. I'm gonna have to it yet.
We're gonna get to that. Some of them are, some of them are not. And we're gonna get to that. Can you close one off? Thank you. But I'm seeing a bunch of people out there now that were, flip-flopping, whatever you want to call it. They're just trying to gain some clout and some kudos and some form of recognition online at people's loss. You've got Zubitech, who was trying to turn this whole situation into console wars, and when I called him out on it, literally the first thing he did was blocked me on Twitter. So I sent a message so he can actually see it at least, and then blocked him. But it's sad that people take this situation and console war with it. It's people's lives that are involved here, and people still do that, and it's so bad. Like with the Sony situation, when Jim Ryan went over and started posing with the studios that he was going to close down, that was pretty callous of him, right? And people had a right to call him out on that. That was pretty callous, with the smiling and almost showboating, like, I've got my windfall, guys. Yeah, suckers. This isn't the same. This isn't the same. You don't have anyone from the heads of Microsoft or Xbox going there and taking photos or anything.
I would say the closest was when Phil visited some of the Bethesda studios, and then they had the layoffs. But that's the closest, and that's not even that close, in my opinion, compared to what Jim Ryan did.
Jakob, of course they will. It's not a cardinal sin that they've done. I actually broke this down earlier on the tweet, but we're gonna get to it anyway. But it's not nice. It's not nice. But I'm really hoping that this Perfect Dark thing is just a whole load of bollocks, honestly. Because this coming out at the same time as this, if it is actually true, then I agree with Damgood right here. This is supposed to be to downplay it. And honestly, this is just my personal take, right? You don't have to believe me. You don't have to listen to me. It's entirely up to you. But the timing of this was done so deliberately that Microsoft believed that the outcry from the Helldivers 2 fiasco would actually drown this and make it kind of go away. And Microsoft probably planned or assumed that the Helldivers 2 dilemma that was in play over the weekend and over the bank holiday weekend, I guess for us in the UK, would have played out a little longer for them to get this information out. Because a lot of these studios have people working in the UK, and Monday was a public holiday for us. And because of that, they couldn't get this information out on the Monday. They needed to wait on the Tuesday, and they probably waited for the Tuesday to get this information out, hoping that the Helldivers 2 drama would continue and drown it out, and it wouldn't have been as effective. I mean, I can't think of any other reason why they would do this right now so close to Hellblade 2.
By the way, Slimy said Pony didn't support Hi-Fi Rush and Ghostwire Tokyo. This is on them. I'm sorry, but if I'm as a PlayStation fan myself, if I have to buy your game to have you continue paying your staff company, no, that's not how it should be. It should be extra money on top of what you already made. We shouldn't rely on us to be buying the game in the first place no.
Damn right you should be buying the game. You should be buying 15 copies per room that you have. Just to show that you buy games. I mean, you guys say you buy games, right? Chat, they say that they buy games. 15 copies a room should be fine.
I was looking at buying it today. I'm not joking. When I heard about this news, I was looking at buying it.
Hey, Robbie, how's it going?
And then I realized I'm still finishing Rebirth.
Chris George, how's it going? How's it going, everyone in chat? We kind of jumped straight into this without any form of introductions. So, damn good, Snowy, Black Knight, Ardent, Gaming at 85, J Cola, Last, S14, Duma, Jason, Max, Anime. Welcome to the stream, folks. Again, sorry we jumped straight into this, but the topic is quite important. But hey, did anyone notice this one over here? Not sidetracking anything, but when the whole Helldivers situation happened, the whole Sony closures happened, did my dude make a single tweet about anything the moment he hears about Xbox? Bada bing.
Yeah, I don't think he tweeted anything. Well,
he did not. He did not tweet a single thing about PlayStation's closures.
No.
But as soon as it's Xbox, my dude is there, front row seats. Rabbi, I am doing great today, thank you. Had an awesome day at work. We got some awesome discovery phases done in a development cycle. Got to speak to some people at Browser Stack, which was amazing. And actually had a really productive day. And then I was bombarded when I was talking to my senior manager. I just saw my phone going ping, 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 ping. Why aren't you talking about this? Why aren't you talking about this? Why is your thumbnail not including this? Why aren't you talking about this Xbox? And I'm like, what the hell is going on? Even my line manager turned around and said, do you want to just look at your phone because it's going off so many times? And I was like, okay. And that's when I realized what was going on. It was until like 4 p.m. today. So give or take about 4 hours ago. It was interesting. Why the perfect dark background? Apparently it's in development hell like everything else.
I mean, they have what I can't remember what studio. They had another studio, the third-party studio, working on it, right?
It was Crystal
Along
Dynamics.
with the first-party, yeah, Crystal Dynamics. That was it, yeah. Yeah, because all I could think was Tomb Raider, and I'm like, no, but yeah, Crystal Dynamics.
It was Crystal Dynamics. So yeah, these 4 studios, not all of them are closing. Well, they're closing, but not everyone's being let go. As we can see from this article here, which I'm going to go through now. But there is, well, at least Hellblade's advertising has started, right? Wishlist. But there's a lot of reasons why this is happening, right? But let's go through this article. I know, Chille, you have very limited time. So I'm going to quickly go through this article, and then I'm going to put my points through. I'd appreciate if you could give your thoughts, final thoughts, and then if you have to bounce, then by all means, feel free. So Arcane, Tango, Alpha Dog, and Roundhouse Games will be closing down, with some staff joining other teams, according to a memo sent to staff. So the studios themselves are closing down, but not all staff are being let go. Booty told the staff that the decision was based on reprioritization of titles and resources. For those of you that don't understand what that means, essentially what that means is new IPs don't sell. Niche products don't sell. They don't make enough money in order to be financially worth it based on a return of interest. And at the end of the day, every studio, every department, regardless of how successful the parent company is, has their profit and loss, and they need to make a return. And if they are not, then that's a problem. And then they restructure. Now, we're going to get to the bigger picture of this in a bit. And some employees will be realigned to other teams and other laid off. Today, I'm sharing changes we are making to our Bethesda ZeniMax teams. BoldAlphawolf reads, these changes are grounded in prioritizing high-impact titles and further investing in Bethesda's portfolio of blockbuster games, beloved worlds which you have nurtured over many decades. To double down on these franchises and invest to build new ones requires us to look across the business to identify opportunities that are best positioned for success. Basically, all of this is PR bullshit. No one cares. Booty goes on to detail the changes affecting the 4 studios. Arcane Studio, the studio behind Redfall, will close, with some members of the team joining other studios to work on projects across Bethesda. Now, I've said this multiple times in the past. All it takes is one failed game at a high investment to basically ruin a studio. We've seen this with Callisto Protocol. We've seen this with other studios. All it takes is one failed game. Now, Phil Spencer did say that he's going to give them one more chance. Now, whether this decision to close comes from Phil or Satya Nadella, who wants to compete with Sony in having bad news, is unknown. I really don't know. But I want to believe that, personally I want to believe that Phil was going to give them a chance. But we've all seen the strains that Satya Nadella Amy Hood and Tim Stewart have been putting on the Xbox brand. Redfall's previous update will be its last as we end all development on the game. Booty said the game and its servers will remain online for players to enjoy, and we will provide make good offers to players who purchase the Hero DLC. This game was supposed to get 2 extra DLC characters. That's not coming. This make good offer is essentially them finding a legal loophole so you don't sue them, because otherwise they're contractually obligated to do it. But it looks like the game was so bad, and it did release in a pretty bad state. Let's be real, it did. But this was from what we understand, it was ZeniMax's choice to make this a multiplayer game. It wasn't Xbox Studios. Microsoft gave them free reign, and ZeniMax wanted a live service game. So, if anything, this game ending the way it did is literally on them. Japan-based Tango Works. Now, this one makes no sense at all. Previously responsible for The Evil Within, that's a beloved franchise. People love that game. Ghostwire Tokyo was hit and miss, and Hi-Fi Rush, from what we know, was extremely successful on Xbox, both on PC, on Xbox, and it's gone over to PlayStation, and it's done okay. It's done relatively okay for what it is, so I don't understand how this one of all ones is going to be their last game. This doesn't make sense. This one over here, Tango Gameworks, just doesn't make sense. But I think after the dude, what was his name, Chille? The one that
someone posted in the chat earlier. I know he
chat, help me out here.
Makiyama.
Is it Shinji Makiyama?
Right?
I know it was Shinji, definitely, but I can't remember his surname. Someone in chat wanna
Mikiyama, I think it is. He left Tango Game. I don't know if I'm probably saying his second name wrong, but Mikami.
Mikami.
Yeah.
Oh, Shinji Mikami.
Yeah. Mikami.
Shinji Makami.
Mikami.
Yeah. After he left, it was obvious that something wasn't right there. When he stepped down, there was clearly something not right there. People don't, in his position, people don't just leave out of the blue. So this was probably something. This was probably
not
something
me, I would
that
agree
was.
with you, but it's Shinji. I don't know.
I don't know.
He's done that in the past.
He's done it with the Resident Evil franchises, right? Because he was one of the.
But yeah, because he didn't want Resident Evil 4 on PlayStation, so when it came to PlayStation, he left the company.
Yeah, but he wanted to make Evil Within 3. He's made that desire.
I thought he said he didn't want to make another horror game.
No, I read that he wanted to. But the bottom line is exactly what Last said here. It comes down to the fact that the Evil Within. I mean, we haven't seen that.
The personal reason for him to leave, he comments desire an environment for young developers to gain experience and to distance himself from the survival horror genre.
And they're going to say everything to make it leave on a good note. The real reasons we'll never know. No one ever tells the real reason why people leave. They always come up with some PR rubbish that makes it look like
there's a huge
Yeah, I get what you're saying.
A bit before, but no, I wouldn't be surprised. He's made a lot of horror games. And I wouldn't be surprised if he didn't want to just do something different. Maybe he does want to do Evil Within 3, but he wants to do one thing that's not horror before jumping back into horror. Sometimes you just need a break from what you make. Yeah,
I mean, Ghostwire Tokyo, that was a mixed bag. It didn't really light the world on fire. Then you got Hi-Fi Rush, which was, it was unanimously accepted as a really good game. But we never really saw the sales numbers, and I think on PC, the highest peak numbers were like 7,000. That's not lighting the world on fire, right? You're not writing home about 7 or even 10,000 peak. You're just not doing that. I mean, let me just have a quick look here. Steam charts, Hi-Fi Rush. All right. All right, so this should pretty much tell you, right? 6,000 all-time peak. So they sold 6,000 copies on Steam. That's it. The game just didn't sell. It just didn't sell. Now, there's multiple reasons why it didn't sell. There was zero marketing, zero advertising, zero word of mouth. It literally shadow dropped. Then there's the whole Game Pass
it's like
situation.
Shadow drops isn't always the best idea or not, or something.
No, it's not.
Like,
but then there's the whole Game Pass aspect. If you're on Xbox and you're on Game Pass, why would you buy it? The game didn't release a physical option either. And you could just put that. I'll just give it to me then. You know what? One of these days, I'm just going to pick up that camera so everyone can see you. And then she'll probably murder me, chat. If you don't see me after that, you know that she's taken a mallet or a frying pan and murdered me with it. It's got to be a frying pan. It's her favorite weapon. But if you're on Game Pass and this game is digital only, why would you buy it? I get if there was a physical version of this, people would buy physical. You know, there's certain games that I buy physical because I literally want to own a physical copy of it. Not because I'm going to use that physical disc. I'm one of those crazy weirdos that just likes to have it so I can put it on my shelf. Like even like a Final Fantasy VII Remake, right? I've got that digitally on my PS5, but I bought it physical as well. Just so I can have it on my bookshelf.
I mean, I
Starfield.
bought physical copies of Final Fantasy 14, even though I get the digital copies from Square for review. I always buy the physical while they existed.
Starfield, for example. I've got it on Game Pass. I bought the early access with the deluxe edition, and then I paid 240 quid to get the collector's edition. And then I've just recently ordered the physical box as well, because it doesn't actually come with a physical box in the collector's edition. It comes with a minted coin, just so I can have the box. So I'm one of those weird ones that buy physicals for weird reasons. And I probably would have got it for Hi-Fi Rush as well, but it's not available. So I'm not, as long as I'm paying for my Game Pass, I've got the game. So they've lost money in that regard as well. So ultimately, where is the money coming from? Because it wasn't coming from Tokyo Rush. It wasn't coming from Evil Within, because that's an old game now. It wasn't coming from Hi-Fi Rush.
Even then, Evil Within didn't, like, as much as people loved Evil Within,
it didn't like
never really sold much.
Exactly.
Yeah. It's a horror game. Horror games, as much as people shout how much they love them, they don't really sell that much.
Sorry, Rabbi, I haven't seen it. Let me see what you're saying. Tell me, worry, agree me, yes, no. A lot of people are now wanting Phil Spencer to go, but I don't think this is something that Phil would have wanted. I think this was forced upon him. But I don't see Phil having a big future at Microsoft anymore. I think there's a lot that's happened, and I'm going to get into that in a little bit, and we can talk about that in a bit more depth as to why I don't think Phil's going to be around much longer. But let's just continue.
I mean,
yeah, go on.
He's basically training that new person to replace him, right? So.
Well, Sarah Bond.
Yeah.
She's going to go as well. And I'll tell you why in a second.
Okay.
She's going to go as well. Alpha Dog. The studio behind Mighty Doom will be closing too. Mighty Doom just did not make any money.
I have to be honest, I had to Google what Mighty Doom was when I saw what that was.
It's a cool little game. And a friend of mine played it religiously. And I mean religiously, right? Religiously. But when you get to a certain point in the game, you literally cannot progress without paying money. As a free-to-play game, the majority of your player base is going to be free-to-play. You've got your whales, and those are the people that you rely on to keep the game turning. But easily 90 or even higher of a percentage is going to be free-to-play, and those people are the ones that talk about your game, advertise your game, fan art your game, and everything else. Right? That's their job, to spread awareness that this game exists. But if you're blocking them as well from progressing, and they turn the game off like my friend did and never went back, that's it. You've lost those people forever. So my assumption is Mighty Doom, just like the WoW, I'm guessing, mobile game, which no one ever talks about, isn't making money. And if mobile games don't make money within the first year, they go bye-bye. The mobile industry is even more volatile than the development one. And, you know, that's nothing to... that's not just me making that shit up. I've been involved with the gacha community for about 2 years now. I've been watching games come and go, you know, succeed and not succeed. I can tell you what will give a game a good chance to succeed in the gacha world, in the mobile world, and what won't. And I can guarantee if a game decides to release first in Japan and then the rest of the world, it's not going to have the player base or the fandom or the support that it wants. It's just not going to work. And if you look at who is it that's making Wuthering Waves? The game.
Don't know, actually. I keep hearing about that game.
Wuthering Waves. Who's making it? I forgot now.
It seems to be a new studio.
No. They're an old studio. Kuro. So Kuro made their first game called Punishing Grey Raven, and they made a huge mistake by making it release off sync. And their game Punishing Grey Raven, despite the fact that it's a very good game, never reached full potential. They didn't make that mistake with Wuthering Waves, so now they've got a better chance. But finally, Roundhouse Games.
One day we'll get Blue Protocol. One day.
But it's too old. No, it's
it is
like,
now.
No, but look at it this way. If you start Blue Protocol and it came out today, everything has been documented for that game. Everything. Because it's already been out in Japan. So as a content creator, you're not going to make content for that game because it's already available. That information has been available for a year. You just have to go to the websites or the forums or the wikis to find the information. You don't need to make your content will not succeed. If you don't have anyone making content,
because they're all the updates rate.
Just like Terra Fantasy, we're getting 4.0 on the 27th of May. Everything has already been documented online with videos, guides, secrets, everything, because it's out in China already.
Oh wow!
Right? That's why I quit covering that game. I stream it because I like playing it, but as a content creator, I'm done with it because there's just no future there. Because it's gone. But finally, Roundhouse Games, which itself was formed following the closure of Human Head Studios, will be closing down the team and will be joining ZeniMax Online Studios. Now, this is essentially a merger. So they're not actually closing this fully down. They're merging with ZeniMax Online Studios, but there will be layoffs there, of course, because it's a merger. The moment you merge with someone, any role that's a duplicate is gone. Roundhouse has played a key role in many of our recent game launches. Bringing them into ZeniMax Online Studios to work on The Elder Scrolls Online will mean we can do even more to grow the world that millions of players call home. As well as the presumed layoffs at Arcane Austin, Tango Works, and Alpha Dog, Booty also tells staff that a small number of roles across select Bethesda publishing and corporate teams will also be eliminated. So they're just removing those roles entirely, and those people will basically have a choice of downgrading or losing their jobs. They've got one way or the other. Again, this is all PR rubbish, but Bethesda remains one of the key pillars of Xbox. And this is all about them talking about the 900 staff. Now, here's my points, right, chat? Gingy said he knew Bethesda was going to close Tango, but he stayed to save the studio. I remember that, damn good. I remember that. But here is my my take. One of the biggest reasons that these studios aren't making money, and this doesn't just apply to Xbox, we've seen Sony closures, we've seen other studios closing, is the £70 price tag that video games have today. people, especially in this economic climate, where people are strapped for cash. I don't know how it is in the US, but from what I see and speak to friends, it's no better there than it is here in the UK. People can't be spending 70, 80 pounds on a video game and then buy 4 or 5 games at the same time. It's just not possible. So they moved to subscription services to enable them to be able to continue gaming, because that's what's more affordable in this climate. We've seen year on year PlayStation sales going down because people are not spending that $70 year on year, $70 per game. You only have to look at one of the biggest franchises in Final Fantasy. Year on year, that game has been doing worse and worse and worse. Right? It's no secret, and it's because prices of games are just becoming too much. At a time when people complained that these £70 price hikes aren't good and that the pricing shouldn't have increased, they decided that it was a good time to do it when people were strapped for cash and weren't spending. And that's a problem, because if you're not spending, you're not buying. Now, if you look at games like Powerworld and Helldivers, they released at £30 each almost. Guess what? They sold millions of copies. 15 million just on PC for Powerworld. If that game was £70, do you honestly think that that game would have had 15 million sales? Not in a million years. Do you think Helldivers would be the success it is today if it was £70? Not in a million years. But somewhere along the line, PlayStation fans thought it was a really good... What's up, kid? My phone. Tell him I charge him by the minute. He'll understand. But PlayStation fans thought it was okay for game prices to go up to 70 and said, well, if you can't afford your games, don't buy them. When they're not buying them themselves. They don't buy games. We've seen that year on year. So not only have they championed something that they're not even doing, prices have gone up, and Sony is dictating a lot of this. Everyone else will follow. It's really that simple. And, at the end of the day...
I think the big issue is we need more games that are balanced between the AAA prices and the AA prices.
There is no reason for a game to be more than 50 quid.
I don't agree.
At £50,
really
you're
don't.
more likely to sell your games than at 70. For every one at 70 you'll sell, at 50 you'll sell 3 of them. Why would you not want to make 150 instead of 70? I personally have spent less money on games since the price went up to 70 because it's too close to the £100 mark than I used to spend when games were 50 quid. And that is because... And I earn more now than I did back then. But that psychological point where it's coming close to £100 per game means that I have to consider now, am I going to play that day one? Or should I wait for a sale and buy it at half price?
I mean, I remember games in the 90s getting close to £100. I remember N64 games being 80 to 90. I remember Mega Drive games
and then
being
they crashed,
60
right?
to 70. Yeah.
And they weren't doing very well. And then when PlayStation came along, they went down to 50 quid.
Yep.
44.99.
Yeah. Yeah.
And then everyone was buying games. The point is, it's economies of scale. Sell more, make more. Don't price it too high and sell less.
To be honest, I don't think that even selling it at a lower price, that would have saved Final Fantasy 7. I'm sorry, but people going on about that...
No, I'm not using Final Fantasy 7 as a scapegoat here. I just use that as an example overall. We could use any game. That's just the first one that came to my mind.
Yeah. I could say Final Fantasy 7 had the downside of being a sequel to a remake from the 90s. And I'm going to tell you now, the third game is going to sell worse than the second game. Even if it was on multiple platforms, it's going to sell worse. Because you're going to have people too nervous to play the first two before playing the third one. Even if they tell people that you can jump into the third one. people will still be hesitant because it's the third game of a remake.
Yeah. Man, my chat stopped turning. Oops. My chat literally just stopped scrolling. Sorry about that. I must have missed a lot of messages.
Yeah, there's a lot of people talking. I know people are talking about Gears of War right now, which looks... well,
but, you know, at the end of the day... Go on.
Warframe's so good. Sorry, your interpreter said, look at Warframe. It's free to play in the absolute scam games of MPS. I don't think Warframe was that bad. I don't know what it's like nowadays, but back in the day when I played Warframe, I didn't feel like I was being scammed when I bought stuff. I mean, I spent way too much money on that game, but I didn't feel like I was required to. That was just because I'm a sucker.
No, I get it. But even these free-to-play games, as long as you're getting the value and entertainment from it, it's okay to spend money in them. How you spend your money is up to you. As long as you feel like you're getting your value for it. Right? I don't have a valid personal opinion on this. I never pay full price for new titles or even... See, I do. For certain titles, I pay full price. Because I feel like that is. But, you know, when PlayStation now clearly values their PC counterparts more than they value their own people, why do you think that is? Like, you got this one over here thinking Xbox is going third party, but when you've got PlayStation clearly saying that PC players are more important than PlayStation players, and we value them more than we value our own customers who buy our console, and we want to listen to others more than the people who buy our console, that has to tell you something. That, look, one, the price of games are going way too high. The demand for them to be photorealistic is too much. And people just aren't buying enough. And when that happens, you have this problem where if you're in the red as a company and you're not making money, well, studios are going to close down. It is bullshit. It is. And, you know, for all the other ones I get, I mean, the developers for Redfall, they openly came out, I remember reading, saying that they wanted this game to fail. They wanted it to die. They wanted it to fail. They didn't want to make it. They were forced to make it by their CEO at ZeniMax. And, well, when a company invests a lot of money in a game and you want it to fail and it doesn't end well. And in this day and age, games generally have one chance to succeed. That's the age we live in now. Look at it. When you're looking at kids these days, right? Like, we're the old folk, right? We're the older generation that came from the Mega Drive, the SNES, the NES, the Master System. I mean, I go all the way back to the Atari and the Commodore 64, but you lot don't really need to know how old I really am. But, you know, a lot of us were brought up on the Super Nintendo, Mega Drive, N64, GameCubes, right? But my kids around there, they have access to a Steam Deck, a PlayStation 5. They've got the original PS4. They've got Series S, Series X. They've got my gaming PC. And they play Roblox. Or Valorant. 90% of their year is spent playing Lethal Company. They don't play the God of Wars. They don't play the Halos. They've got no interest. I've even tried to sit down. I mean, they would much rather play Human Fall Flat or Party Animals. Is it Party Animals the game on Xbox?
I think it's on Xbox, yeah.
Yeah. They would much rather play games like that than sit down and enjoy a story-driven, narrative-driven game or just an action game. They've got no interest in games like of Nier Automata. They want to play Roblox or Minecraft. That's all they want to do. That's a problem. Because when you're developing a game for 300 million and it doesn't sell, it's bye-bye studio. If the next Insomniac game comes along, the next Spider-Man 3, and it flops, do you think that they're going to make another one? Sony's going to have to make a real decision of how much of a loss that is, and then weigh that loss based on how many members of staff they're going to have to let go before they can get back into the red, and how much more they have to let go to get out of the contract with Marvel.
Doesn't even have to be a major flop, to be honest, with how much money Spider-Man costs.
Hey, Diablo.
Even if it sells bajillions, it'll still be rubbish sales almost. Yeah.
He doesn't own a PS5. He's openly said that he doesn't own one.
Who doesn't own one?
Unleashed.
I own one.
You own one.
Okay.
Yeah, he's openly said
Yeah,
on Twitter that he doesn't own one. He just likes to shill on it because he likes the plastic. You know,
Bar says Golem 2 would be the most successful Xbox exclusive. Like, if they want to send me out to France again to try Golem 2, then make Golem 2. Okay. Hell, if they want to send me to a different country, that'd be. I've never been to I've never been to Italy. Do they want to send me to Italy to play Golem 2? You know what? Go ahead, make Golem 2.
Hey, Unleashed. I bet you I own more PS5 exclusives than you do.
You probably own more than me.
I think the only ones I'm missing is it Demon Souls? The one that was released, because I don't like those games.
Oh no, I own that. I own that. I enjoyed that, actually.
You know what? I'm just gonna buy it so I can add it to my collection, just so I can say that I've got that as well. But it's Demon Souls, and I think is that it. I've got Ratchet, I've got Sackboy, I've got the Last of Us games, even the remastered ones. I've got the Final Fantasies. I've got the God of Wars. I've got GT7.
I still got my God of War Pandora's box looking over at me all times. Bought that while I was in America.
You only need to own one and you would have more than he does. Diablo, you know what? You're not wrong. You're not wrong.
To be fair, I skipped most of the PS2 generation, and I would have all skipped. If it wasn't for a few friends, I'd probably skip most of the PS4 generation. Blame Final Fantasy Online games.
I'm so pissed with what's happening there. They still haven't stopped DDoSing. I'm missing out on Expert.
You're missing out on the Final Fantasy 16 event. It ends tomorrow.
I've finished it. Was there more to it?
I was going to log in to do it on my... No, I was just going to log in and do it on my EU account today, and I couldn't.
Well, apparently there's requests going in, and they might extend the end date because of it.
Well, yeah, because some people like Meoni, I'd shout at Meoni on YouTube. He can't even log into his EU account at all because...
yeah, I keep getting 90,000. 90k.
Yeah, 90,000. It won't even log in.
Yeah, as soon as I log in, it just kicks me out. Like, I can get to maybe...
Yeah.
It's bad.
The NA servers are fine, but EU is having issues.
It seems that single-player games are not played or bought as much. They're not Fantasacha? I never know how to
once
read
you
that.
played it once you played the single-player game once, you don't really play it through again most of the time.
But how do you actually pronounce it? Is it Fantasacha? Fantusacha?
I would say Fantasacha. I'd say Fantasacha.
Fantasacha, okay.
Yeah.
But, single-player games have a very limited lifespan. Multiplayer games are the way companies want to go, hence why they wanted Redfall to be a live service, so they can milk it forever.
And that's why DLC gets announced before the single-player game comes out anyway, because if you announce the DLC after the single-player game is out, it's going to have no mindshare, and it's going to sell even worse, because everyone would have beaten the game and started playing something else.
Now, one thing I'm actually hearing is a lot of people now want Phil to step down and just follow Jim Ryan, and new blood is needed in order to think. The problem is, I think, with the way things are going, I don't think there's anyone that can actually save gaming right now. Honestly, gaming is in such a bad place at the moment that if it's a new IP, the chances are it's going to fail. The only things that are succeeding today are pre-existing IPs. Like, just look at the fanfare for Fallout. A 10-year-old game, and people are all over it. It even got me playing because it just has such a prestigious title to it, right? And this is what this article was saying. Right? This is what this article was saying. At the end of the day, what they're saying here is that they want to work on the more lucrative franchises. The ones that they know sell. Like Fallout 5. Like Elder Scrolls 6.
Microsoft even mentioned the fact that they wanted a new Fallout game out sooner rather than later, right? Recently. Not that long ago, I thought. Like...
Yeah, because they want to capitalize on the whole Fallout TV series.
Yeah.
It's a bit too
People wonder
late.
why Last of Us Remastered came out around the same time as Last of Us Season 1. I wonder why. But, perhaps because people are watching a TV show and Sony wants to sell a product that will make money while said TV show is giving them free advertisement.
But Lost, why was Stellar Blade successful? Now, I think it's a good game. Right? Personally, I think it's a good game. But the majority of people that bought it because they wanted to jerk over Eve and her tits. That's literally it. They saw a game for the first time having a super attractive character. They literally got that vibrator out with a sleeve, stuck it on their dick, put it onto their PS5 controller, let the haptic feedback do the rest with that sleeve while they played. That is the majority of players bought it for that reason. You know, and why is that? Why is that? Because of all this stupid SBI stuff where people have to put ugly characters in the game. People were so starved at looking at something that actually looks attractive that the first one that came along, holy shit, they were head over heels about it and had to dive dick first. That's it. The game is good. But I never hear anyone talking about the merits of the game. When have you heard someone talking about how good the story is? I mean, I haven't gotten that far in myself, but you don't hear anyone talking about it. You don't hear anyone talking about how great the soundtrack is, how good the combat is, minus the whole parry delay, right? The input delay. But you don't hear any of this. All you hear about is, man, look at how good her tits are. Man, look at how naked she is in that bunny suit. I would jack off to that any day of the week. No one talks about the game. Everyone just focuses on Eve. And you know I'm right. Take Eve out of that game, and I would be very curious to see how well that game actually did. I'm really happy it did well, because I'm hoping a sequel comes out for it eventually. But I like the game. I've given my critique about it, my flaws about it, because it does have flaws. But it's still a game that is worth playing. But you don't hear about that. You see people, oh, I'm buying this game just because it doesn't have SBI. I'm buying this game because it has an attractive character. I mean, there are people out there, gamers out there, who will play a game because it has an attractive character. And, a number of people I've spoken to will not be buying Fable because that character is ugly, according to them. Wait, or they won't play Horizon Forbidden West because of Aloy being ugly.
That, because I thought Halo has Fable, has a create your own character.
It does. People are just stupid.
Stuff.
It does. People are stupid.
Okay. I know because I haven't really touched many Microsoft products. Again, nay, I'm a Sony pony. But I do know my things when it comes to some video games. I know that Fable 1 and 2, at least, had a character creation tool. Because I played them at friends. And they also had that Fable... I'm kind of hyped for that. Was it a Fable game that was going to be like a Dungeons and Dragons style mode where you had like dungeons that would regenerate randomly? I think it's something else. I think that was a thing at some... Wasn't it?
Yeah. I don't know the name, but yeah.
Yeah, there was like a multiplayer Fable that was being worked on at some point.
Manor Lord is a PC-only game. So, are we now going into PC territory? It's not available on
Fable
console.
Legends. Thank you, Broccoli Critic. Fable Legends.
And Lies of P is a Souls-like game. Powerboss only succeeded because everyone was starving for a good Pokemon game. Again,
Even
we go back to the word
Pokemon
starving.
fans.
Starving for a hot character, starving for a good Pokemon game, and Man of Lords is a PC only game. So I'm not even going to consider that one. You get my point.
Anyway, I was supposed to go live half an hour ago, and I delayed it a little bit because we hadn't really talked much.
That's all right, man.
I did post it. But I hope to be on next time in the future because it's fun.
Thanks a lot for hanging out.
Have a lovely evening, chat. Remember to hit the like button, hit the subscribe button, and if you're watching this after the live show, remember to leave a comment down below. Tell right in the comments, Chille is a Sony pony. Do it right in the comments. Chille is a Sony pony, and we'll know you've watched up to this part, or you've skipped to this part somehow for some reason. You've skipped to this. Yeah, you can find me over on this channel. Bye.
Wait, what? Why didn't he plug it? He's on Twitch at MoogleGoRound. He's on Twitch at MoogleGoRound. They do have a YouTube channel, but it's I think they've only just started it. I'll get the link in a bit. But, you know, you've got John Jonas here. So this is how it ends. Unfortunately, I don't quite have the words. But at least thank you to everyone who supported us. The black box again. The black box of death. Like, the Tango one didn't make sense to me. But at the end of the day, it all comes down to investors. Right? It all comes down to investors. And investors want a return of interest. I know a lot of people are blaming Game Pass for this, and maybe Game Pass has a fault to play in this. Maybe it does. But the investors dictate what stays and what goes. They want a return. And if they're not making money, if they're not making money, they want it gone. Investors are not great. Oh, the PlayStation fans, Switch to Xbox, may switch to Nintendo. This is all business at the end of the day. I mean, have you heard about the new Nintendo Switch? It's not even going to be a next generational leap from the Switch 1. It's supposed to be a 1.5. BigMAD? Yeah. Game Pass is the scapegoat. But that 4 studios is misleading, right? As we've shown. One of them is closing, and half of it is being absorbed into Bethesda Game Softworks. The mobile company didn't make money, so they're gone. You got the other one, Roundhouse. They're getting absorbed into Elder Scrolls Online. ZeniMax Online Studios, sorry. So that's 2 of them being absorbed. One of them disappeared. The only weird one is Tango Works. Like, I'm still failing to understand why that one was gutted entirely. I mean, Bethesda will still have the IPs, right? So it's not like we're never going to see an Evil Within. Those IPs aren't dead. Now, I'm seeing a lot of people saying, we're never going to see the Evil Within, we're never going to see Dishonored, we're never going to see this, we're never going to see that. Those IPs are still owned by Microsoft. They're not going anywhere. Whether they choose to utilize them with the 500 studios that they have that simply don't release any games is unknown. And that's the last point I want to make, the really nail in the coffin. Games are taking just too damn long to release. 8 to 10 years for a game is too long. And after 8 to 10 years, if the game doesn't do well, what studio is, what management studio is going to keep you on board? But I am sympathetic to the people that are losing their jobs, because it's a horrible thing, especially in this climate. Well, Alpha 1, that's one thing, but, you know, I'm guessing they expected the sales from PC. PC was where they wanted those sales, and, you know, for all the chiming and cheering on PC, 6,000 as an all-time peak? That's not it, Chief. That's not it. So clearly this game, you know, when Aaron Greenberg came out and said this game was a runaway hit, on what? On just MAUs alone, on a game that doesn't have any microtransactions, that people can't spend any extra money on? Like, what was it a runaway hit on? I think Game Pass might get overhauled in the next year. Game Pass is going to change. I can see Core disappearing. I can see PC Game Pass disappearing. And I can see them only having Game Pass Ultimate. That's it. Well, maybe they'll keep Core because that's online. But I can see the standard Game Pass and the PC Game Pass just being gutted away. And the only one you're going to have is Ultimate. You either sign up to Ultimate or you sign up to Core. That's it. And Core is basically £60 a year to have online access, which realistically they should be doing away with anyway. It's such an archaic thing that that shouldn't even be there anymore. That cost should be absorbed by Microsoft, just like Sony should obliterate it as well. It just doesn't need to be there. Oh, PlayStation's actual start to this year has been phenomenal. For a company that basically has no first-party games coming this year, they've absolutely trounced on Xbox in epic momentum. Whether you like those games or not, they've done well. And their consoles are still selling. They have had the better games at the start of this year, and Phil, who promised us a game every quarter, has once again failed to deliver. Let's not forget about that. They have failed to deliver yet again. Yeah, that can all be absorbed into the game price. They can do moderation without charging you for online access. But a lot of people right now are gonna think. But that's another thing, right? This is. I mean, when COD comes to Xbox day one, no one on Xbox is buying COD, right? Unless you're going to want to buy early access, which some people will do. I won't. So they've already lost one market worth of sales. Now, if COD does not increase Game Pass sales, what's going to happen? They need Game Pass to start growing. They need Game Pass to start bringing in subs. Arthur, you say it's just one quarter. But go back last year. Did they release 4 games? One every quarter? last year, well, wasn't it in 2000? Wasn't it in 2022? They said we are now in a position where we can release a game every quarter, and they didn't do that in 2023. And in 2023, they said we are now in a position where we can release a game every quarter, and they still didn't do it. Obviously, going forward from here, the last 3 quarters, they're going to release a lot of games. Right, I think they've got like 10 to 12 lined up. I'm actually assuming some of them are going to get pushed to next year because there's so many. There's certain windows that you just don't release your game in. You're not going to release a game going up against Elden Ring. That's just suicide. You're not going to do that going up against COD. So that's 2 windows already out of the window. You're not going to release multiple games at the same time competing against yourself. So that's not going to happen. So where's the windows to release 12 games, 10, 12, 15 games? So some of these games are going to push to next year. I agree. That's where the blame should be. Right there. Should we send out Xboxes if things turn out for the worst? Why? Like, I see people always asking that question. Now, here's my question to you. Are you enjoying your games on your Xbox? It's a simple yes or no answer. If you are, then none of this matters. If you're enjoying your games, paying for your Game Pass, and you're enjoying your games when they arrive, day and date, and you're having fun, whether the games go to Stadia or the Ouya or, I don't know, the Atari Lynx, it doesn't matter. It's what you enjoy and put value in. And that's all that matters. Now, if you're not enjoying your Xbox because, A, you feel like PC will provide you with a better experience, it absolutely will provide you with a better experience. Just like the PlayStation games on PC will provide you with a better experience. The more money you spend on your PC, the more you're going to get out of it. You can't do that with a console. A console is static. It's not upgrading. It'll upgrade once every 5 years with a new gen and new games and maybe some backwards compatibility. Not selling my Xbox, but also not buying the next one over. Well, the next one is supposed to be some kind of hybrid, right? Hey, look, the Atari Lynx was dope. That shit was bigger than the Steam Deck, and yet had a screen smaller than my Nokia 3310. I have hundreds of digital games on my Xbox. It would be stupid to sell it. And that's the other point. Everyone is invested in their ecosystem. Now, if you're equally invested like I am, it wouldn't make sense to drop any of them. But if you invested so heavily into your Xbox ecosystem and you say, right, I'm going to sell my Xbox and go to PlayStation, I mean, you can do that. But all that money you've spent is going to go down the drain. Like, what's the point? Where's the logic in this? I honestly don't see any. Now, if the rumors are true, and the next Xbox is going to have a hybrid Windows and an Xbox, system, and then your PC will actually be able to play through its sandbox Xbox games natively, right? Then you've essentially got the best of both worlds on your PC. And quite frankly, that is where Xbox is heading anyway. Slowly but surely. They're going handheld because more people are wanting to play handheld than they do want to play sat down in front of a TV. As weird as that sounds, the generation is moving that way. So Microsoft is trying to keep up with the trends and give the people what they want. It's just not what us oldies want. Us oldies want to sit in front of a glorious 50, 60, 70-inch TV and game to our heart's content. He's not, but he does have a lot of sway there, whole grain bread. He's not just a standard dreg, right? He has a voice that people will listen to. And that's fine, Andrew. I mean, you'll find that with Microsoft's integration with GeForce Now, you don't even need a powerful PC to get like really good gaming, although you won't have access to mods. But that is just one of those things. I kind of thought Xbox was looking at Stalker 2 as a momentum game, but this is the other thing, right? Like every time Xbox has a momentum, they've got something coming up, they just have to drop news that's gonna sour everything. It just doesn't make sense. It doesn't. And I think the biggest problem that most people have with the way Xbox is running everything right now, it's not the fact that they're doing all of this stuff. It's not the fact that, you know, it looks like no one at that place knows what the hell they're doing. It's the lack of transparency. They say one thing and do something different, and they need to stop that. Their communication is hot garbage. They will tell you something today and then go do a complete Uno reverse and do something completely different tomorrow. Despite the fact that they said that's what they're doing going forward. And they need to stop that. They need to start getting to a place where people are, you know, understand what they're buying. They need to win confidence back, and this isn't the way to do it. Now, it's awful. I get it. Right? It's awful. And my heart goes out to the people at these studios that have lost their jobs, because it is not good. But if they're not making money, they're not making money. And they need to make money in order to survive. And if you don't have a huge franchise, if you don't have, you know, something to back you up, those games generally don't do well. And I mean, now you've got people saying this, right? If you care so much about Xbox Studios, buy Hellblade 2, buy Avowed, buy Indiana Jones. Now, you've literally got people now worried that these studios are going to close. Because the message that Phil Spencer has put out there is, hey, I'm saying that Arcane Austin has another game in them and will give them another chance to right the wrong. And then they shut them down. So how can you take Phil's word at anything at this point? The dude's done a lot of good. But he's also chat a lot of shit. And if your lies start to outdo your truths, you lose confidence. And if you're losing confidence, it's time to go. Handheld Xbox with Steam and Game Pass to go anywhere is the worth to buy for at least. I mean, you can do that right now to I guess to a certain degree, if you don't mind it on PC Game Pass, with the Asus ROG. I'm lucky I don't have a huge library on Xbox. I mean, I wouldn't call it luck or anything like that. I'm gonna make some food, peeps. I'll be in the background listening. Enjoy your food, buddy. Doesn't matter their release date, those games are heading to PC. They are. And they'll play better on PC as well. Well, it doesn't matter. All of these games are going to be available day one on PC. Hellblade 2, it's a creative decision to put it at 30 FPS to give it that filmic scene. But if you're playing it on PC, then 60 FPS is okay. that creative lingo goes out the window and no one ever mentioned it. You see how that works? It's called the silver tongue. PlayStation doesn't have anything. What you mean? They've had, I think, 4 or 5 games come out this year, which I think, have done relatively well. Stellar Blade has done well. Helldivers, regardless of how it's doing, has done well. Despite the drama. What else did they have? No one talks about the remastered Last of Us. That's just stupid. I actually can't remember what else they had. Oh, right. They had the crippled donkey horse that was running along, Ronin. That died instantly, didn't it? So they did have a few flops as well themselves. This year is the Xbox year from May. The year starts in May. May the 21st to be exact. It's really weird how Xbox decided to leave the front of the year completely vacant. But the remaining, 7-8 months is going to have 10 to 12 games coming out. That's a lot of games. That's like one game every 3 weeks. That cadence is huge. So, but will those games be good is another question. You don't just want the games coming out, you want them to be bangers as well. But the fact that people are now asking people to buy the games and not just rely on Game Pass clearly shows you an indication here that people are worried that companies like Ninja Theory, like Obsidian, like Machine Games are now on the chopping block. And even if they're not, people are worried. People are scared. And that's a concern, right? You don't want your community to be in that position. Hey, Digital Devilson, how's it going? Xbox is the number one. People don't stop talking about them, Chaos. I mean, they won't. They won't ever. Microsoft, unfortunately, is probably one of the most hated companies in the world. They've actually done a really good job in attaining that, reputation. And because of that, no one outside of Xbox fans or fanboys and girls want them to succeed. It's a thing. We all know this. It's no surprise. But the damage that will come from this with games on Microsoft, if Microsoft went third party, is insurmountable. Them going third party is really catastrophic. You think what you're seeing here is bad? But we all got a taste this week and last week on what a Sony platform that doesn't care about what anyone says will do. And they genuinely don't care. And the only reason Sony backpedaled with Helldivers 2 has almost nothing to do with the downvotes. They couldn't give a shit. But that 177 lawsuits that was waiting to happen, and that, situation in Ukraine where you have to spend up to $500 to get a PS5 or less for a PS4 so you can create an account in a country where people don't even properly have homes to live in, and you want them to be spending that sort of money to create a PSN account? Nah, that's not it. That's not it, Chief. That's a minefield. That's a PR minefield that no one walking through will ever make it out alive on the other end. Do you know what I mean? That's why Sony backpedaled with Helldivers 2. That is the only reason why they backpedaled. Because if they didn't backpedal, they were going to be in a world of pain. But they've doubled down on it, right? They've already come out and said Ghost of Tsushima is guaranteed to have a PSN requirement if you're playing online. So what happened to all those negative reviews? They didn't do shit. Sony's still going to do what it wants to do. It doesn't matter. Rabbi asked a question. What was it? Will new Microsoft box... I know those studios are gone, Rabbi. They're not coming back. Those studios are gone. There's no saving them. Once the decision is made to cut the studios, that's done. There is no coming back from that. Legal blowback could potentially forbid the sale of their games. Exactly. It's amazing how a $1 trillion company continues to fumble their games division. It's not tarnished. It's not so much that they're fumbling their games division, right? That's not so much it. What it is that there's no direction. There's internal conflict on what they want. So Phil and Sarah and Matt Booty probably want the way that the studio should go in one direction, whereas the suits above them and the finance teams and the investors, all they want is numbers and profits. Maximize profits, maximize numbers, maximize engagement, maximize the player counts, because all of those lead to more money. I don't believe that Phil and Sarah and Matt's view of things is, correlating with the other three. And that's what's causing all the turmoil. And honestly, until the ABK, deal came into play, and $70 billion is a lot of money. But until that came into play, it wasn't like this. But it really does feel like now, more than ever, Microsoft is running the shots and not the Xbox CEO, Phil Spencer. It almost feels like he is being overridden at every turn, at every junction. He's more a puppet than anything else. And if that is the case, I'm surprised that he hasn't handed his resignation in. He's probably just waiting for his package like Jim did and then be off. Who's the pony? Who's the pony? All right. Woodpit, why do you think Steam started issuing refunds? Microsoft doesn't need to make new studios. They've got enough as it is. They clearly can't manage the ones that they have. There's no reason to make more. Just work on the ones that they do have. But why do you think Steam started issuing refunds? I'll tell you. Sony got themselves into a bit of shit. Into a lot of shit. Like their position was really bad. People on PC, however, aren't looking at Sony. They want to go to Steam because Steam is the merchant that they bought it from. Now, normally, Steam wouldn't give a refund. But Steam, at this point, now has a brand risk. If they start towing Sony's line by saying we can't sell it because the information for PSN was there day one, and you all knew about the PSN requirement day one. In fact, it was actually active for the first 2 hours of the game going live. If they turned around and said that, the Steam brand would be damaged. Because Steam, as PC players say, is for the players. They're the good guys. So if they took any other stance outside of issuing refunds, it would not be a good place for them. right? It just wouldn't. So in order to save face, save reputation, save good grace, they did the only thing available to them to protect the brand. Those refunds were given out for the sole reason to protect their brand as, you know, the good guys in all of this, so people don't start turning on them. That's it. And then they went to Sony and said, "Hey, buddy, you need to start reimbursing some of this money because we're not going to be responsible for your shit." And so Sony's going to obviously have to reimburse them at some point. Thank you for that $2 super chat, Devastator. Chaos, this could be Toys for Bob's situation. I mean, it could be, but I don't think it is. Toys for Bob was a different situation. Toys for Bob was bored of... Toys for Bob didn't want to work on Call of Duty. That was the problem with them. And as long as they remained inside Microsoft, if anything went wrong with Call of Duty, Toys for Bob would be called in as their support to make that work. And they no longer wanted that. But they still wanted to work with Microsoft. So what they agreed was, we'll depart, we'll split as a studio, we'll make our own company, but we still want to work on the games that we love, and we'll work on them for you. And Microsoft agreed with that. And I think that's a fair resolution. Sony is starting to pivot back to movies. They see the console market lessening the future, although the movie industry isn't much better. The economy is hurting all entertainment. I mean, at the moment, the economy is terrible. People aren't buying enough games, and that's a huge problem. And with games costing more and more, it's no surprise. But the movie industry also is suffering. If you don't make a good movie, and, there's an ounce of woke in there or anything like that, people boycott it, people don't go to watch it. Or if it's just a bad movie, people aren't going to go watch it. They won't give it a chance. So I think the movie industry is way more volatile than the games industry. Tango was already done before Microsoft's acquisition. Relax. One dev was a support mobile studio, and the last was redundant. Arcane Lion is the real one. I mean, yes and no. At the end of the day, they did have a team that built Hi-Fi Rush. And for better or worse, they could have went on to do more. But at the end of the day, Tango was also their entrance into the Japanese market. So what this means for their aspirations into trying to break into Japan, I mean, honestly, it could be that they've just given up with Japan altogether now. It could be anything. But that's the bottom line, Derwin. You are right. It's all about money. It's all about money. Although I haven't really seen much of... Well, I haven't actually looked, but I'm actually curious as to... let me refresh this page real quick. Because I'm really surprised that Timmy hasn't actually started the spaces yet. I thought he'd have a field day today. This is literally all his dreams come true. Rabbi, I answered your question. They're not going to make new studios. Get that CV in chaos. But it's all about money in the end, and they're not. You're not wrong. You're not wrong. It's all about money in the end. Public pressure, likely. Who knows? But to me, it was the lawsuit. Sony has enough bad PR as it is. If that game, I guarantee you this, right? I guarantee you this. If that game was not... I mean, honestly, I don't understand one thing. Sony could have easily... turned around and said... And this is the part that doesn't actually make sense to me, right? And if it makes sense to any one of you, let me know. But Sony could have easily turned around and said, right, to those 170 odd countries that don't have PSN access, we're going to whitelist you. You can play. It's fine. Ukraine, we understand that you need to buy a PlayStation console in order to register, what we're going to do is whitelist you as well. We're going to work really hard to quickly get something set up for a web portal in your domain with your, that obliges by your laws. And then, once that's set up, you will have to then create a PSN account. For the rest of the world, get to making that PSN account or you don't play. Sony could have easily done this and it would have avoided everything. It would have avoided all the lawsuits. It would have avoided all that bloodbath that was going to come from the bad PR coming from the Ukraine situation. And they could have still had their way. I genuinely don't understand why they didn't do that. Because if I was them, I would have done that personally. You would have appeased all the problems. But you know what? It gets worse, right? A lot of people were saying that it's for the principle. Those people that bought the game in those 177 countries can't play the game, can't buy the game. So Sony removed the PSN access altogether. Everyone reversed their review scores, as we're going to see in a bit with the slides that I've got. Everyone has reversed them. But those people in those countries still can't play the game, and the game is still not available to buy in their Steam store. So what this tells you is that no one gave a rat's monkey's ass about those 170 countries that couldn't play the game or were going to get locked out. No one gave a shit. They used them like a fiddle to get what they wanted, which was the PSN removal. Tell me I'm wrong. Tell me I'm wrong. They've reversed all of their negative reviews already without finishing the job, which is getting that game reinstated in those countries and those players back to playing. No one is actually talking about it anymore because they got the PSN removed. Tell me I'm wrong. Tell me I'm wrong. Will Bethesda sell Goodwill games? As long as it's Fallout, it's Elder Scrolls, the game will sell, Rabbi. If it's anything outside of those, it's going to be a 50-50. Steam ultimately would have to refund as it's their platform that sold something people can't use in the number. Yeah. But people bought it with the knowledge that it required PSN. It was there day one, regardless of how they think. But at the end of the day, Steam did the right thing. They wanted nothing to do with it. They just said, fuck it, we're just going to give the refund. End of story. We don't want anything to do with this mess. We don't want our brand being affected by this. We've built our brand over the years to show that we are the good guys. And we're not about to let Sony destroy that. And so they took a hit for future gains. And that is a very smart play from Steam. I can tell you that now. Because Gabe isn't wanting for money. And regardless of how many people refunded it, which I genuinely don't even know how many people did. We only saw 2 or 3. Maybe it was 100, 200, maybe even 1,000. It's not going to be a lot. Because people were waiting to find out what was going on. But they did the right thing. So good on Steam for that. But it's not like they threw themselves under a grenade. There was personal gain to gain out of it. At a point, they should have just made it optional. Yes and no, Woodpit. Going forward, in Ghost of Tsushima, it's mandatory. And at the launch of the game, I agree with Destin to a certain degree. Why do I agree with Destin? Because, one, Arrowhead did nothing to communicate outside of the first blog update that PSN was going to be disabled and that it would be brought back at a later date. Something should have been in the game to actually tell you every single time you logged in. So the first time you went to start the game, even if it's in a country that doesn't support PSN, it would have told you that you will need this. Make sure you can get it. Otherwise, you can't have it. And you won't be able to play it. So they should have had something there. A disclaimer, a splash screen, something. But they didn't. And this is why it's all on Sony and Arrowhead, because they messed up. So yes, having it optional after they monumentally screwed up this whole thing probably would have been the way to go. And then what you do is say, right, if you actually sign up to PSN, you get all of these armor skins and weapon skins, and you might even get this weapon as well. Go to town, boys. That's it. Give them the incentive to sign up. But Ghost of Tsushima is already announced, 100%. It's going to think. Are people going to complain about that too? I wonder. Bethesda's getting new games. They're getting Fallout 5 and Elder Scrolls 6. Microsoft may be trying to push Phil out to replace him with someone like PS CEO guy, comfortably axing studios or people to... I mean, at the end of the day, it's all about money. And money will dictate everything. Steam could have been told to... Nah, they wouldn't have waited for that. Steam would not have waited for that. Trust me when I say Steam refunded because they knew that this shitstorm was going to look bad on them. So without even corroborating this thing with PlayStation, they just started offering refunds because they were willing to take the hit on however much it was, and at the same time make themselves not look like the bad people. And you can't say it didn't work. Everyone is praising Steam, right? For how good they are, how consumer friendly they are, for offering the refunds up to 250 hours. It's strange how they didn't offer it up to 500 hours, right? Or 1,000 hours where people have that. They only offered it up to 250 hours. So even that was a strategic move. But no one looks at the number of hours because it's above the 2 hours, so that gets blurred away. What's left is the fact that, hey, they're being really, really good to us and providing us a refund when, normally they wouldn't. Man, Steam is absolutely great. All of this was factored in. All of this was tactical. Rabbi, I've answered your question 3 times now. You've asked if they're going to be releasing any more games, and I said the studios will be releasing games. Fallout 6, Fallout 5, and Elder Scrolls 6. If that was not your question, please ask again. Bethesda's going to restructure Chaos. It was going to happen regardless. I mean, the ones that were closing, unfortunately, they're not making money. And if you're not making money, you go. However, the Sony website on Helldiver 2 page stated FAQ of being optional. That's fine. But if you go to the Steam page, their website can say whatever the fuck it likes. Honestly, it can say that if you sign up to it, you're going to get King Kong and Gollum as a free game on your Steam account. It doesn't matter. What matters is the contract that you make with Steam. You're not buying it from Sony. They can say what the fuck they like. You're buying it from Steam. And on Steam's page, it said it's a requirement. So when you entered into that legal binding contract of exchange, you gave your money, they gave you a license to play the game. You gave that money on the basis that PSN is a required entry point to play the game. And you accepted that terms and conditions when you gave the money and received the product. At that point, the contract is done. And if they didn't fuck up historically, sorry if I'm cursing and there's any kids watching, I do apologize. But they messed up so badly with the whole 177 countries and the Ukraine situation that they put themselves into from being in a position where they still had the upper hand. They literally buried themselves so deep that there was no way getting out of that. That even your contract with Steam, if they tried to force it and honor it, would have looked even worse. So Steam just did the right thing, refunded. I'm pretty sure that most PC players in the UK at least wouldn't create a PSN account due to invasive age verification. Well, they shouldn't be playing Helldivers anyway, right? It's not a PG game. And isn't it like 12 years old to get a PSN account with parental guidance? Green Goblin, you're right. This could also be a premonition for Microsoft Square. No. Microsoft done this. They chose this time specifically because they wanted to capitalize on Sony's mess with the whole thing. I mean, Remy, we all want Fallout 5 and Elder Scrolls 6 to be a good game. We all want that to be a good game. I don't think there's anyone out there outside of the true PlayStation fanboys that want this game to fail. I mean, the true fanboys for PlayStation absolutely want every game from Bethesda to fail. But people who enjoy video games, that are fans of video games, no one wants it to fail. And I think everyone in chat will agree with me on that one. Last, I'm devastated about that one. I am absolutely devastated about that one. What's this? Oh, I didn't even see him in the chat. When did he come in? When did he say something? I don't even see. I mean, they've got to start restructuring to recoup some of that 70 billion, right? Make it more efficient. What about contraband? No, what's known about it? Nothing. And this is my point. So many games. I mean, obviously June 9th is going to be big, right? June 9th is going to be big. And we're going to hear about a lot of games and a lot of stuff. And hopefully we'll might see contraband there. I was really hoping Perfect Dark was going to be one of the games there that was going to do well. Xbox could be sued for selling a $100 Redfall. No, they've already avoided that. They're not going to be sued. They've already avoided that with... Where is it? So we've got this over here. Players who paid for now cancelled DLC will get to make good offers instead. And then we have this over here taken from their website, or is it their tweet? On Redfall, someone wrote, this must be from an article. If you sign up here, you'll get basically credits and stuff, and you'll be rewarded for it. So if you go to that tweet, you can sign up here to receive details. So by doing this, what they call make good offers, they've avoided legal action. Toys was going to get shut down, but had a better roadmap than Tango. I wouldn't say Toys was going to get shut down. Toys was going to be the backup to Call of Duty, and they have been for a number of years. They've not wanted to be a backup for Call of Duty. They've actually quite expressly stated that they're not happy working on Call of Duty, but they're forced to work on Call of Duty through Activision. So when Microsoft bought them out and merged with them, if something went wrong with Call of Duty, who are you going to call upon? I don't know, Obsidian, who's never worked on Call of Duty? Or are you going to call on Toys for Bob, who not only know the project, but know the tools and know the development side of it? You're obviously going to call Toys for Bob. And they did not want that. They didn't want to be working under a situation, but that was always a risk. And because of that, they wanted to part ways. Green Goblin, I am the true insider. What I say goes. What I say goes. You know this, I know this, everyone knows this. Don't forget to hit that like button and subscribe, folks. I think we're about, 250 away from 7,000 subs? We're doing pretty damn well. I have faith. You have faith. I think we can do it. Do you know Crazy Louis from our Xbox community? He lives in a PSN supported country, but I saw him today on Boom, I think, for a little bit. But I asked Boom to add me to the chat, but I feel like none of the Xbox influencers that have podcasts actually like me anymore. Maybe I'm just not as outraged as they are about things and see things logically. I don't know. But I feel like they just don't like me. Which is a shame. It was the same thing with C Money the other day. Number of comments, not one where they actually responded to me. It is not, for now. Wait till something like Spider-Man 3 comes day and date to PC. It'll be mandatory. Ghost of Tsushima's big, but it's not Spider-Man big. So right now they're just focusing on online only. But eventually it's going to be for the whole thing. If you use a VPN that breaches terms of service and they can actually detect the VPN, and you will be banned instantly. Don't do it. The FTC tried to block Microsoft's acquisition due to a risk of suppressing competition, either by a controlled monopoly or buying and dismantling studios, by the way. Matt Goal, they did. But at the same time, they caused more trouble for Microsoft than it was worth. And I would say some of what's happening now is because of the FTC. The amount of shackles that they put around Microsoft to comply with in order to put this through has really hindered the way Microsoft can actually do their job, to the point where part of this is their responsibility. So take that as you will. Hey, what up, Oreo? If Microsoft stops buying studios, I can see them, even with the closures, a way to grow tentpole IPs like Nintendo does. Microsoft right now has enough studios to make amazing IPs and push out some amazing games. There's literally no reason why they're not. Really, no reason why they're not. Will Steam get compensation from Sony for the refunds? Probably not. Probably not. But I know that they've, from what I've heard, they have at least sent a request, but that's about it. More consumer friendly than any other platform. It's to save their brand, to be fair, but yeah. I just hope they maintain the integrity after Gabe steps down. Gabe ain't gonna step down for a long time. That Steam just prints money. And as long as people allow them to have a monopoly, Steam just needs to keep doing what it's doing. The thing is, if PSN was required from the start, Helldivers 2 would have died day one. Not necessarily, no. A number of people that I know actually came confused to me saying, why is there no requirement? You know, why is the PlayStation sign-in not coming up? And I showed them the blog update at the time to say that it's been disabled, and they were like, oh, cool. Obviously, it's only 3 or 4 people that I know that actually had the game, but, you know, I'm sure there's more people like that out there. It may have not have been the biggest success it is now, but quite honestly, I think people would have just signed up to it. Dude, there's a lot of people out there with over 500 hours. They literally live in that game. I haven't gone through the metrics. Give credit to GOG? The GOG launcher? I mean, the problem with GOG is that it's actually really dangerous, right? They've actually created something that's really, really dangerous. And so you're asking me, why is it dangerous? Why is DRM3 dangerous? if you don't know, there's a bunch of people out there who are taking these DRM-free games, putting malicious malware into it, and distributing it as charity to children's homes and stuff like that to gain access to their computers and stuff. And they can do that because there's no DRM on there. It's just easy access. And they're using those smaller games to do it that don't cost anything. And so they're buying them. They're DRM free. There's no protection, no security, nothing. And then they're redistributing them to legitimate sources to actually gain access to stuff. So it's not always the best. Devastator? No. No. Bad Devastator. Bad Devastator. Bad Devastator. I'm pretty sure that most PC players in the UK at least wouldn't create. Most players in the UK probably have a PlayStation. It's really popular here in the UK. It's one of their biggest selling markets. Most people will probably have one. Or have had one from the PS4 days or the PS3 days. It's more surprising to find people that don't have a Microsoft account or a PSN account than it would, in my opinion, be to find people that don't have it. Will Sony ask or sue Sony for... Will Steam... No, they won't, Andrew. They will not do that. They're just going to take it on the chin. They'll take the win of them being consumer friendly and knowing that they've actually done something good with their community. And their community praise them for it. It's that simple. Indie devs navigate 250k per year, per 5-year Odyssey, while AAA studios command a 200 million plus budget. Microsoft strategy, streamlined for impact, focusing on blockbuster titles. It's a bold play in the economics. It is frank, but at the same time, no one wants niche games. It's really rare that a niche game is going to do well. You know, not everyone is going to be a Vampire Survivors, right? It's just not. And sorry, I thought I didn't realize that these were disabled. Not everyone is going to be not everything's going to be the Vampire Survivors success or the Hades success. And people just don't want to give new IP a chance. They just don't want it. Because it's a lot of money. You know, no one wanted to give Avium a chance. What's crazy last? Immortals of Avium. I mean, I bought it when it was on sale. I still haven't played it. I don't know if it's any good. But if it is good, people didn't give it a chance. They said it was boring, and most of the people that didn't were shitting on the game, giving it bad feedback, didn't even try the game. But you got this from Dinga Bakaba. And I think this is a good thread, and I just wanted to go through it because I think it's important. Also, to the one that said, I'll try and get you on Boom, Green Goblin. That'd be cool. Fridays work well. Fridays work well for that. Plus, he streams before I finish, before I start, so it'd be like a double whammy stream for me. But it goes, this is absolutely terrible. Permission to be human. To any executive reading this, friendly reminder that video games are an entertainment cultural industry, and your business as a corporation is to take care of your artists, entertainers, and help them create value for you. Don't throw us into gold fever gambits. Do you know what that means? Do you know what it means by don't throw us into gold fever gambits? Essentially what he's saying there is this. You've got the sharks over there, the investors. They're the gold fever gambits. Don't put us at their mercy. It's your goddamn responsibility to protect us from the sharks. We are here to do a job, to create a game, to create a product that hopefully the community will like and it will sell. But if you are putting us at the mercy of the sharks, this is no longer a place to do work. You know, this is not a great place to work. This is not a good place to be working in. Job security means it's zero if you're at the mercy of the investors. Because all the investors care about is their return on interest. Right? Their return on interest is all they care about. They don't care if you have a job. They don't care if you're fired. They don't care if you're homeless. They just don't give a shit. All they care about is their money. And it's up to the Phil Spencers, the Sarah Bonds, and Matt Booties to protect these people, these developers, from the sharks. And as we've seen over the past 2 years, that's not happened on any company. Be it Sony, be it Embracer, be it Microsoft, it's just not happened. Don't use us as strawmen for miscalculations, blind spots. Don't make our work environments Darwinist jungles. Essentially what I was saying. You say we make you proud when we make a good game. Make us proud when times are tough. Basically Redfall. We know you can. We've seen it before. For now, great teams are sunsetting before our eyes again, and it's a effing gut stab. Leon is safe, but please be tactful and discerning about all this and respect affected folks' voice and leave it room to be heard. It's their story to tell, their feelings to express. Inside baseball, but if I read immersive sim curse from the community, especially from a fellow dev, I swear to God, please let's talk about the real challenges instead of rehashing irrational anxieties of the past. Even more inside baseball, but with a very, very wide range, as a wise and sorely missed man said, please stop. It's a very strong message out there. It's a very strong message. Their only legal duties are to their investors and profits, yes. But they still need protecting. Right? They still need protecting. Right? At the end of the day, there's a lot that can go wrong in a game's development lifecycle. And it's down to those that are overseeing the projects, like the Matts, like the Phils, like the Sarahs, to go along, look at the games, and see if this game has a potential to sell. But with the model that Xbox has, game sales don't seem to be it. It seems to be Game Pass. And if they're not selling Game Pass, and they're not selling the games, well then that creates a really big problem. But this nature of people using Game Pass as their means to game, like I said at the start of the stream, is influenced by a multitude of things. One, game prices are just too expensive. They're at a price point now where they affect the amount of games people buy. I am one of them. I don't buy as many games as I used to. They also affect, where you go for your game, when you actually buy your game. But when you've got a service like Game Pass, it's a very good service that provides you with lots of games. So you're still not buying games, but now you're getting the games they want. But if that service doesn't grow, then that money isn't distributed revenue-wise to the people. If Game Pass today had, I don't know, give or take 70 million subs, do you think we would be in this position we are right now? No. So clearly something has to give. Something has to change. Because something isn't working. Anime, you've come full circle and agreed with me now. I'm not saying that you never did agree with me. It just sounded really cool for me to say that at that point in time, and it just made it look more epic. But I've been saying this for a long time, and I've said this in multiple streams as well. The biggest mistake Microsoft did was in buying ABK. I've said this for a long time. That was their biggest mistake. Because for 2 years, they made themselves look super weak to the rest of the world. releasing almost nothing for 2-3 years. They've dug themselves into a hole where they've purposefully damaged their brand to push this deal through. They've bent over backwards to the regulators to push this deal through, losing access and control to their own games. And for what? Where is the benefit to the consumer? Has the consumer really seen a benefit yet outside of Diablo 4 appearing on Game Pass a year later? Sorry, chat. My cat's crying. I don't know if you can hear him. I just need to save him. Okay. Don't worry. All right. Okay. Okay. That's it. There's Oreo. You got to see him. You got to see my cat. Ah, you're gonna scratch me. You're gonna kill me. Don't kill me. Okay, there you go. The cat's trying to kill me again. I swear this cat is camera shy like there's no tomorrow. At least you got to see the kitty. They did. I think why some gamers don't care for Game Pass or find it boring is that some feel only AAA games matter. It's not some. A lot of people feel only AAA games matter. Not indies or some AA's, which is unfortunate for Game Pass and other sub-services. It is. But the one thing that Game Pass has actually helped me appreciate is AA and indies. And, you know, it's unfortunate that more people don't actually appreciate what it is, but... By the way, chat, if anyone wants to have an opinion on what's going on and what's happening and just wants to just jump in and give their view on anything we're talking about, that's the link in chat right now. All I ask is that your mic is clean. Make your point. And if it's a question for me, by all means, I will answer and make way for someone else. Get him. Wow, Devastator. That act of betrayal. I see everyone in chat is waiting for the cat to just absolutely murder me. Wow, you guys are mean. So they're making more money, yet ABK is bad for Microsoft? They're making money, but where are the games? It's making money for Microsoft. So Microsoft's brass at the top is seeing all that money. But what is the consumer seeing? For 3 years, they waited idly by, waiting for Microsoft to actually finish with this case, win it, and bring all the benefits of ABK to Game Pass. That's not happened. All it's done is added a financial burden onto Microsoft where they have to restructure a lot. And, taking on board a company at the level of ABK was always going to take, 6 months to a year to restructure. But there's a point where you dig that hole too deep to the point where you can't dig yourself out. And they're very close to that point. Very close to that point. If not, some might even say that they've already hit that point. But do you know what? It's okay, right? It's okay. All these job losses, these studios being closed, it's okay. Because Microsoft's PR decided that today would be the perfect fucking day to release Feel the Fucking Burn today with the Fire Vapor Special Edition controller. Yeah. Good job, Microsoft, you fucking idiots. This one pissed me the right fucking off. More than the other news, by the way. Like, how insensitive are you going to goddamn be? Like, of all the days that you want to release something with Feel the Burn, you choose today. you choose today to do this? This annoyed me. This actually pissed me off. Like, this doesn't even make any sense to me. Like, how can you remotely think that that is appropriate to... Steve, they knew it was going to be leaked. For anyone to assume that it was not going to be made public 5 minutes after that email went out, that's delusional. That is delusional. That is not an excuse. That is not an excuse. Phil Spencer farts and they release it 5 minutes later out into the public. Did you see the PC I sent? Is a pic of my avatar ideas. His name Joel D. Vice the Bowsette. I did not. Let me have a look. Did you? Oh, is that the one that I left a heart on? You found the old design? That's the only one I've seen. Steve, in an ideal world, no one should be leaking anything, right? But we don't live in that world. So anything that you say needs to be known that it's going to go out 5 minutes later. Everyone has a journalist on speed dial to leak the latest information. Yeah, it looks pretty cool. I like it. Didn't know you was a creative sort. But you're not wrong, Steve. You're not wrong. But for them to assume that that wasn't going to be the case is naive. Now the question is, what is the community overall going to do about it? Oh shit! Did that actually happen, chat? My dude, Christopher Allen, in with the clutch save. I didn't even realize this. I was too busy probably talking. This is one situation I don't want to win. But my dude is literally betting people's careers. Oh, shit. That's bad. That's bad. That is bad. That one there was bad. Andrew, I get that, but on this one, I don't think that's the case. ABK dropped nothing on Game Pass for a whole year and only dropped Diablo 4. That's the point I'm making. Like, where are the games? Like, are they even trying to grow Game Pass at this point? Even if they put the back catalog games, that could have been reason enough for, I don't know, maybe 500,000 people to subscribe to Game Pass so they can play those games through their Game Pass subscription. Like, where are these people? You're the real Aceton kid? Okay. He won't even give you $7. Now he wants to bet 60. I mean, he did technically want to originally bet me €1 billion. You are live streaming from New York City. Well, hello, New York City. So is Dishonored safe? Is that it? Well, the IP is safe. It's Arcane Austin was the one that made Dishonored, but Microsoft owns the IP, right? The studio may be shut, but the IP is still safe. So another, studio can pick it up and make a Dishonored game. It just means that Austin won't be doing it. So none of the IPs have gone away. They can still do an Evil Within 3. They can still do a Dishonored 3 or 4, whatever they're on right now. They can still do all of those games that, Austin was doing, right? They can still do all those games that they were doing. But not, the actual Arcane Austin studio is gone. But like I said, that doesn't mean anything. Leon is the one that's right now doing Blade. But at the end of the day, as Steve says, all IPs are still owned by Microsoft. So I've seen a lot of people going around saying, oh my god, all these IPs are dead. No, they're not. Microsoft still owns them, just like they own Banjo-Kazooie. If Rare disappeared today, Microsoft still owns Banjo and Kazooie. They could easily give that to Toys for Bob to make the game. Because the IP itself is now owned by Microsoft Corporation. Did they? So why are people saying Dishonored is going away? Arcane... I don't know. All I read was Arcane Austin made it. I couldn't remember. I honestly didn't do my homework for that one. Release yearly waifu Gears of War games with Marcus Phoenix in a Borat mankini. Man, you have some weird taste, buddy. Nope. Not seeing any violence coming my way this day. The studio might be closed, but the IP is still safe. Well, that's the other problem, Andrew. That's a clear problem. There's a lot of IP out there. And the bottom line is they are scared to make anything that is niche. Because look at it this way. If the game doesn't have AAA graphics, it's trash. It looks like a 360 game, or a PS3 game, or a PS2 game. And then the media goes to it and says, oh, is that a bit of skin showing on that character? Oh, we can't have that. So that's another point lost. So we've gone down to 2. Oh, the main protagonist isn't a female. That's another point lost in that. Oh, well, this company had some problems with diversity in the past. That's another 4 points lost. So we're already at 4 out of 10. So we'll start with the major gaming stuff at the top. Graphics, characters. If all of that starts to crumble, the reputation of Evil Within cannot carry it. And that is why you don't see the games. There's just not enough demand for them. There just isn't. But for a Resident Evil game, there will always be a demand. Even the latest Devil May Cry, did that even do that well? The latest one kind of passes sell by date. And that's it right there. Despite the fact that me and Cliffo are arguing all the time on Twitter, it's good to see that we agree on some things. Nice to see you about, Cliffo. But yeah, that's where it's going to be now. You know, fresh ideas are going to be so dangerous. You know, people can't take that risk. And that's one of the reasons why I liked Square Enix, because for the past 3-4 years, all they've done is taken risks with smaller titles, and it's hurt them badly. And it looks like they're no longer going to be taking those risks, which is a shame, because the gaming industry in itself just doesn't want that sort of thing. People see certain things and they're like, nope, not me, not for me, I don't want it, without even giving it a chance. But at $70, it's a little bit more difficult to give it a chance. Woodpit, I get it, man, I get it. Microsoft has too many IP and not enough studios. No, they have enough studios to develop, Donald. The problem that they're having right now is that it's not about the studios. It's the fact that a game is taking longer to build than it does for me to father a child and get them to the age of 18. Right? That's the problem. It's probably cheaper to father a child to the age of 18 than it is to build a video game. Even now. Proper legend. That is one guy that, even though I have back and forth with, he's never disrespectful, always on point, gets his point across. Whether you agree with it or not is irrelevant. I respect that. I respect that down to earth, man. He never crosses that line, and I like it. I like it. Respect, dude. I'm not sure how well Devil May Cry did. It'll be interesting to see. Hey, welcome back, Cold Pastorius. Microsoft has twice as many studios as PlayStation right now. They do, but they just need to make games faster. Everyone needs to make games faster. You know, a development lifecycle should be like 3 years max, not 15 years. Gaming in 5 years will just be Monopoly Go. Oh, I mean, if you leave it to Gen Z, yeah. What is going to happen to Obsidian, Rare, or Double Fine if they are not making profits from them? Well, Obsidian are making Avowed, right? So hopefully Avowed does well, and that's going to be okay. Rare is still raking it in with Sea of Thieves. Double Fine, they haven't really done anything, right? Devil May Cry 5 has sold 6.5 million units as of Jan 2023, and that is a multi-plat game. It's about 300,000 in the US to raise a kid to 24, so it's definitely cheaper than making a video game at 300 million. I agree with Brick. That's what we need to do. You know, when a game is multi-plat, available on everything, you kind of expect it to sell more. Redfall devs damaged the Xbox brand last year, so I understand that one. That one I get. Like, the Redfall devs... I mean, with Redfall, the developers didn't want to make the game. They didn't want to continue with the game, although they were sprung a spanner into the works when, you know, they were told about... when this head of ZeniMax came over and said he wants this not to be a co-op game, but an always-online gas game. So they had to change the core function of the game, and it became something that they didn't want. And in fact, the development team actually went over and asked them, can we cancel this game? Because it isn't what we envisioned. It didn't turn out to what we wanted. But ZeniMax said no, and even put a gagging order on them not to speak to Microsoft Game Studios. So that was a problem. But at the end of the day, like I always tell people where I work, where they're not happy about the job they're doing, you're still paid to do a job, so you do it to the best of your ability, or you'll find yourself without a job. They didn't put their heart in at all. They did not want to do it. And really, by the time it launched, you could see that. But the only aspect of this that is bad is that Phil promised them another chance, and that didn't come through. They needed that chance to come through. They needed a chance for redemption. I think they deserved that, and they didn't get it, and it's sad. Cole, that is upsetting. Devil May Cry 5 sold 8 million units. That's actually pretty good, even if it is multiplayer. That's actually pretty good. Whole grain speaking facts. Let's hear it. Microsoft did not force the devs to make Redfall. I didn't say Microsoft did. At no point did I say that. I've never said that. I said ZeniMax CEO did. And at the time, ZeniMax CEO was not Phil Spencer. Still isn't. I guess it's time to spend my entire budget on Monopoly Go. You should, man. That game makes bank. You have no idea. Do you know how much money that game makes? I think last year, that was the highest grossing mobile game. It's crazy. And that's when you consider games like Genshin Impact, which make 90 million a month. What we need to do is create a game like that and then sit back and watch all the microtransactions coming in. I did not know that about Redfall. Yeah, it's a shame with Redfall, but the developers didn't want to make the game. And, there's a lot of things that I'm unhappy about where I work at the moment. My job security is non-existent at the moment with our merger. It's not a nice environment to be in, but you still got to give you 100% every day. They're still paying you to do a job, and so you do that job to the best of your ability. But if you stop doing that and then you release a half-baked broken product, what did you expect? What do you expect is going to happen? So it's almost self-inflicted with that one. And I don't want to say that lightly or undermine what's going on, but Redfall released in a very, very bad state. Chat Hill's totally talking about me. I know it. It's obvious. But it's fine. I forgive him. See, that's the key one here. Like, even if you didn't want to continue with like the studio as a whole, keep a skeleton crew and keep the studio alive, because it was your gateway into Japan. Closing it just doesn't make sense. Get the staff, absorb them into another studio, do something, and keep a skeleton crew there to keep the studio running. Even if it is to, contract out the work and just oversee what's going on. Just do something. Don't close it, because that was your number one gateway. Closing Tango tells me that you've given up with Japan. You've got no interest in that, in trying to entice that anymore. It's just weird. Yeah, they were. There's a whole article about it, a whole thing about it, where the devs were literally told that they are not allowed to contact Phil Spencer regarding Redfall and their feelings about it, because ZeniMax CEO believed that the game would be a success. I mean, phone games are literally making, they print money, man. If it's successful, they print money. If they're not successful, they just cancel it. I mean, they're more volatile than live service games, but they're just so much more cheaper to make. Right? Look at it this way. Look at it this way. A mobile game making 5 million a month is deemed a failure. Let that sink in. A mobile game making $5 million a month is actually deemed a failure. Hell, a mobile game making $2 million a month is deemed a failure. That's crazy, right? It makes sense if they plan on purchasing Square Enix next. I mean, the problem is, Steven, that they can't cope with the studios that they have. Adding more to it just doesn't make sense. Monopoly Go makes over 100 mil a day. It does? It does? I remember when COD Mobile was making, was it $7 or $9 million a day? And that was seen dirty money. But Monopoly makes ridiculous money. What is 100 people's wages at 50K a year? Hey, Cliffo, thank you very much for that YouTube membership. I appreciate you, dude. I mean, even 10 mil a day is good, man. Wait, where's all my fanfare? Where's my fanfare? They'll probably pop in a sec. But it is unfortunate. It is unfortunate. It is sad. Paying for the respect you mentioned. Oh. I appreciate you all the same, dude. I honestly think next Xbox will be America, Europe only at some point, as don't see Japan as worth it now. But yeah, no. I don't know what Microsoft's plan is for Japan. I really think that right now what they believe is that if they go in with a handheld device, that's going to be their only gateway in. That is their only gateway in. And honestly, I'm starting to believe that that's maybe true. Mobile gaming in Japan is huge. Handheld gaming is massive. You know, PC portable consoles are getting more and more popular in Japan. They're becoming the go-to for gamers as they constantly game on the go. And so releasing a handheld is way more lucrative and enticing than it is to release a box, which requires them to stay at home. So I think part of the reason why they're going handheld, is to appeal to those that are trying to buy the Steam Decks and the Asus ROGs and whatnot. But they also can see that there is a gap in the market over at, over a thing to do it. I don't know. A handheld is definitely in the works. A number of people that I know have already received surveys talking about the handheld. If you have an Asus ROG and you've accessed Game Pass with it, installed Game Pass and connected your Microsoft account with it, then you are likely to get a survey request come through to your Hotmail account. That's my understanding on how it's working. These closures changed nothing for me, and I love Hi-Fi Rush. The guy who directed the game already left Tango Works, so... But that's the thing. Once he left, the soul of the studio kind of went with it, right? So... That was really sad to see that he left, but... You know, it is what it is. I don't understand gaming on the go. If you're going somewhere, shouldn't the destination be your focus and not gaming while being socially cut off from the others? See, us Westerners probably see it that way. Different cultures, different situations. So, you know, I get it. I get it. I totally get it. But, it is what it is. But it is weird. But, you know, Nintendo has announced on other news that the Switch 2 will be revealed this year. But it won't be at the Nintendo Direct. So don't hold your breath to see it at Nintendo Direct, because it's not going to be there. It's not going to be there. They're not going to show it at the Nintendo Direct, which will have almost all the eyes on it. No, they're going to do it separately, probably in a blog post. Woodpit, you're not wrong. I told my kid, when are you going to start learning to drive? And he said, I don't need to. And I was like, why not? And he goes, well, there's Uber. Hey, thank you very much for that super chat. It is what it is. That is my motto. You can't change what it is, but you know what? At the end of the day, you just deal with it. Switch 2 better not be 450. It's not that much more powerful than the Switch. There's already a thing where Nintendo have said that it's like only a step up from the Switch current. So that's going to be weird. But if there's nothing else to say on this topic, we can move over to our next topic of the day. Actually, there was one other thing.
Box L.
Did you guys know that DCG already run out with a video to talk about all the stuff that Xbox did? It is filled with so much bullshit, it's unbelievable. It just depends, Steve. It really depends. It depends how much you're going to drive, where you're going to drive. In London especially, it's better to just use public transport. You'll get where you want to get to faster. If you're planning on traveling around London. Outskirts, sure. So we can check out his video if you want before we move on. Otherwise, we can skip his video and move on to some of the stuff that's going on in the PlayStation community, because that stuff got really nasty real quick. I mean, it's Nintendo. Nintendo doesn't even have to try, and they still sell bucket loads, man. They don't even have to try. It's not even funny. It's so depressing that they don't even have to try. But that's the brand that they built, right? Not for Nintendo fans. Not for Nintendo fans. Nintendo fans, you can charge them $500 and they will still buy an underpowered Switch. They don't care. Because for them, it's all about the Mario. And that is a bit. It is what it is. So our good buddy Zubitech lost the plot a little bit. For those of you that know Zubitech, he doesn't like being told what is what. All this for a simple PSN account link that every other major publisher has in there, including some of the biggest games in the world right now, which they had no problem doing. One thing is for certain, PC community is a titled group. And those journalists, like always, show how they bias and liars. PlayStation, always classy as usual below. My dude is seriously hurt by this. Like, he is really, really hurting. Like, he is really hurting, right? He's hurting so bad that he's actually blocked his message replies as well. I always turn crossplay off in every game that has enabled on PS5. I can tell when they cheat, or they're just better than me when I'm playing, hence why I turn it off. I hope PlayStation always provides this option, and I will advise others to turn off crossplay as well. Yet no one's going to listen to you when there's not enough PlayStation players playing multiplayer. And don't forget, if you disable crossplay as a PS5 gamer, and another PS5 gamer enables crossplay, you can't play with that other person that's disabled crossplay. They're in a separate pool entirely. They're in the pool of no crossplay only. And if there's 5 people in there, then that's all they can play with. Ain't no one doing that. Also to add, I hope PlayStation realizes this PC community will never be the PlayStation community. It doesn't matter. They value them more, clearly. And never do day and date. Mate, this guy is really hurt by this. I never realized how hurt he was, but my God. You know what? We need to add a bit of flair while reading this.
They probably won't scale back their plans of PC. But shows how bad these base of PlayStation regardless of revenue generate. So all the PlayStation executives who follow me probably not see this. Helldivers 2 proves PlayStation should never go day and date with PC. This is extremely clear.
Really? Really? This is extremely clear? Is it really extremely clear? Is it really extremely clear? Is it Zuby? Is it Zuby? Because this here paints a different picture, Zuby! Zuby! What is it you're talking about? Zuby! Helldivers 2 has kernel access to your computer on PlayStation. No, it gets hacked every few months. So no thanks, I prefer OBSN. Who's Zubitech? He's the one that earlier today decided that he was going to turn the layoffs that happened with the 4 studios into a console wars gotcha moment. Thank you very much, Devastator, for the $5. I appreciate it. I appreciate it. You have no idea how quickly DCG posts negative Xbox news on YouTube. It's like he has an Alexa alarm alerting him to go to work. Dude, I'm telling you, the video was just ridiculously cringe. It was ridiculously cringe. But seriously, man, 111,000 Steam players compared to PlayStation, and they're saying that Steam isn't carrying this? Like, are they crazy? Are they crazy? Oh, man. Steam has been carrying this game since day one. Day one. But this here was what I was talking about, right? This U-turn that they've done by giving the positive reviews, the complete U-turn and changing it, it's amazing how they didn't wait for all those countries to actually get access to the game or be able to buy the game again. No one cared. No one cared. And apparently, 200,000 people downvoted. 200,000 people now have upvoted. They've reversed their review score, so everything is good again. But they clearly didn't care. The whole thing, this whole drama, had nothing for the majority of the player base. Had nothing to do with people not being able to play the game. They were just using those people to get their point across and heard. Now that's how you know that it is pretty scummy when you're doing something like that. You're using someone else's misfortune to your personal gain. Did he? I mean, this is the one that I was going to play. Xbox sucks, man. Microsoft shuts down the best Bethesda studios. I mean, they didn't shut down Bethesda Softworks. And they didn't shut down id Software. So, I mean, to me, those are the best studios. So, he's already lying there. Tango was good, but they're not as acclaimed as, id Software and Bethesda. So, I don't know what he's talking about. But this was the one that I was going to play for you guys. So if you do want to see it, let me know. We can check it out. Yeah, so I was saying, id Software. But hey. Yesterday in my stream over at my other channel, I was talking about how the community manager potentially lost their job. And apparently an Arrowhead community manager was almost, but not quite, fired for encouraging Helldivers 2 review bombing and refunds. I told you there was a massive U-turn in Sony and in Arrowhead. They went from blaming Sony to now taking responsibility for their actions in causing this mess. Oh, I just wanted to dissect and just destroy his opinion. That's all, Andrew. And I wanted you all to witness the glory as I absolutely destroy and ruin his video. But you all rejected my approaches, and I didn't appreciate that. I thought you'd all be cheering me, going, "Go Chaos, go Chaos." Hellblade 2 cancelled. Yeah, right. But hey, this is how bad it actually got, right? Helldivers community managers and their families are being threatened and attacked by PC Steam users. Can people stop telling me to kill myself now? That's how far it went. And there's a lot of stuff that I've been reading, right? And this was all because she said this. Well, we always knew this day would get here, and it's going about how I expected. I'm actually happy for us to be able to take action against player reports and make the game safer across the board, personally. She didn't say anything wrong. She didn't say anything out of turn. All she's saying here is, instead of having to go through Steam and their process to deal with PC users who are playing our game, it's nice that we have that all centralized under one roof. That's all she said. But over here, can people's? I mean, this is bad, right? This is bad. Just like, you know. Yeah, I mean, the company would have, Arrowhead would have sent the police reports. Because it's happened while they were under employment with Arrow. Yeah, let's check out this and see what he has to say. Because I only watched a bit of it, and I think it's worth watching. So let's check it out. And then we can laugh at him all together. Because look at that, look at that, look at that. Chat, he wants to kiss you all. He wants to kiss you all, chat. Man, my views just plummeted from 90 down to 70 in a second. Damn.
What's up, gamers? Dreamcast Guy here, and today we're talking about the biggest Xbox L of all time. Microsoft has just closed a ton of Bethesda studios, including the people that made freaking Evil Within, which is one of my favorite series of all time. I am actually frustrated, just like the rest of the internet. Everybody is mad about this. Even a bunch of Xbox fanboys agree that Microsoft today completely sucks. But let's discuss and pick apart this gigantic turd.
Okay, let's do that.
Hi, I hope you're having a good day. If you could, birthday. So, woo yay. I guess this is the best bad birthday.
By the way, it's his birthday today, so if you ever want to go and wish him a happy birthday, now's your chance.
Birthday present? I have no idea. Okay, so here we go. Microsoft announces the closure of Redfall developer Arcane Austin, Hi-Fi Rush developer Tango Gameworks, and more in devastating cuts at Bethesda. Now, if you actually go through this, it is truly insane. Today we're changing our direction for what we're doing with Bethesda and ZeniMax. Oh man, it's all coming down to trying to double down on our franchise and make big, cool games. Okay, well, you're not going to do that by firing some of your best developers. Now, Arcane Austin is the people that originally made the Dishonored series, which everybody loves a bunch. The freaking...
Okay, so someone here said in chat that it was Arcane Leon that made Dishonored. So is it Leon or Austin? So I'm not sure. Someone needs to confirm that for me, because I was confused with that one.
In Deathloop game, which got a bunch of Game of the Year nominees.
Looks like Brick. That's evil, man. That is like something. Oh man.
And then they ended with Redfall. Now, I'll be the first to admit, I hated Redfall. I gave it a 4 out of 10. I think it's completely garbage. But additionally, it's weird because they're shutting this down before it even finished its season pass. They actually sold the special $100 edition called like Bite Back. It's just never coming out. And so they're saying here, oh, we're going to make some make good offers. This is basically a legal out. They're shutting this company down so fast, they're literally trying to dodge contracts of, in a lot of countries, if you sell DLC, it has to come out or you have to give somebody something of equivalent value.
Yes, but everyone unanimously hated Redfall. And no one wanted to give it a chance. And even when they'd done work to fix the game, no one wanted to return. So there was no repeat engagement for the game. There was nothing to help the game bolster. Everyone just continued, lol. You know, who wants to play that trash? Lol, Redfall. I mean, I've even seen Xbox fans turning around saying, I bet the only game that they don't port over to PlayStation is Redfall. You know, just completely undermining and demeaning Redfall even more. If a game isn't successful, it has huge implications on the studio. If a game then gets additional work done to it, and it still can't get a redemption arc, questions are going to be asked. So, it's a shame. But what was he expecting?
This is insane to me. So, Arcane Austin.
Andrew, it's actually a good game now. If you play multiplayer, it's actually really fun. I play with a few people in my Discord every other weekend. We're just going through the story. It's actually I actually have a lot of fun with it.
Then we'll never get a chance to make another Deathloop or Dishonored or anything actually good. They're ending with one bad game. Like, even as a person that hates Redfall, this is stupid. Why are you buying developers that are full of talented people, forcing them to make a crappy multiplayer experience and then shutting them down when it isn't as big as their actually good games?
Because they didn't force them to make the game. ZeniMax forced them to make the game. And, well, even if ZeniMax was forcing them to complete the game, as a professional developer, you should still do your goddamn job. And if you're not prepared to do your goddamn job, you should be looking for unemployment. It's that simple. They pay them a salary for a reason. They don't pay them a salary based on the amount of effort they put into that job. So if you're not willing to put the effort in to do your job, there are plenty of other people that will take that job. I know that sounds really harsh considering the current climate, but you would not, as a manager, as an owner of a business, employ someone who puts in 50% or 20% effort in a day, and you've got someone else over there who puts in 100% a day and does 5 times the amount of work. That is just basic, right?
Alpha Dog Studios, so they've done a bunch of stuff to do like their mobile games. I don't care about that. This to me is the one that genuinely pisses me off. Tango Gameworks is going to be closing. We're thankful for their contributions to Bethesda around the world. Hi-Fi Rush will continue to be available to players. Look how tiny this blurb is. This is so deeply disrespectful. Tango Gameworks.
I don't know. But your super chat has covered his face partially. And that might be a blessing for some people, so I'll leave it there.
Rocks. This is the
$2
studio
chat.
made by Shinji Mikami, the creator of Resident Evil. Essentially, basically went,
He's
okay,
gone!
I'm going to leave Capcom and I'm going to make my own version of Resident Evil. I'm going to make my own horror games. And he did that. And
does he actually know that Shinji Mikami is gone? My dude is still prophesizing and, you know, doting over a person that doesn't even work at the company anymore. Oh, when it was PlayStation closing a studio, he was all like, oh, well, those companies were not doing anything anyway. It's not a big deal. It's only 400 jobs that was lost, but it's okay. It's not a big deal.
they're great. Ghostwire Tokyo was another interesting, cool, gigantic addition to the Tango Gameworks roster, and just all of that is being completely undone. Next up is Roundhouse Games. So these are a bunch of like their tinier supplemental studios, but it's wild that they just cut so much stuff. Oh, these changes are not a reflection of your creativity and skill. We respect what you do. Okay, let's take a look at some reactions, because even very hardcore Xbox people are downright pissed. Oh, we need to make better games. Oh, we need to shut down our singular Japanese studio. Yeah, Xbox is never going to have any sort of, they're never going to have any sort of push in Japan. Xbox is just completely given up on that entire part of the world.
Okay, so if they've given up on it, so why should they bother having anything to do with it? You've literally just answered your own question there, buddy.
They're just going, okay, Nintendo and PlayStation can take over. Look at this. Microsoft struggles for years to make an acclaimed first-party game with a unique identity. Then they make Hi-Fi Rush, and then they immediately shut down Hi-Fi Rush. We're not even talking about their other stuff. The fact that Arcane also made Prey. Oh my god, I'm legitimately frustrated because it is bonkers that so many fantastic games, they buy studios that make the best games, and then the second they have one tiny screw up, they immediately cut it. This is the director of Deathloop. This is one of the main freaking people at Arcane. This is absolutely terrible. Permission to be human to any executive.
Let me just address this real quick. Zrogdal, it's more of a running joke from when he used to take meth, and that's what's made him look this way. He takes it on the chin. He's never really complained about it. And when people have spoken to him, he kind of just laughs it off and isn't bothered by it. So I get what you're saying, but it's not done in, well, I'm hoping with people in here, it's not done in like a complete negative state.
Reading this, friendly reminder that video games are an entertainment cultural industry, and your business as a corporation is to take care of the artists and entertainers so they can create value for you. He goes through such a long rant about how this is just terrible for gaming in general. If you want these people to be making big, cool, crazy stuff and you're giving them the budget, maybe give them a chance to actually create instead of firing everybody the second there's the tiniest bit of a misstep. This is truly bonkers to me. I don't think I've ever seen a layoff this big, maybe ever. Why did you buy Bethesda if you're just going to immediately rip it apart?
They bought Bethesda for Starfield because Sony tried to move in with exclusivity contract. So that's their primary reason why they bought Bethesda, to get Starfield. They also bought it for the Fallout series and the Elder Scrolls series, so those were the flagship titles, and then you've got like the Doom series and stuff like that. So there's a lot of games that id Software makes, that the other Bethesda Softworks make, and they're actually very good games.
Here's Cliobrile talking about it. He is a very hardcore Xbox fanboy, and he's straight up saying, this is devastating, like especially for Xbox people. So if you're only an Xbox owner, your exclusives are coming to PlayStation 5.
No, they're not. I haven't seen a single goddamn fucking exclusive outside of the 4 officially announced. That's not part of the already established franchises that are on there or part of the FTC, which is Call of Duty, Minecraft, Overwatch, and Diablo. Like, which first-party exclusives have actually been announced outside of the 4? Has Halo been announced? Has Forza been announced? Has Gears been announced? Has Starfield been announced? I mean, has even the next Doom been announced on PlayStation? Like, what's actually been announced? People keep saying that all your games are coming, but what is actually coming? Where did they get this information from? I don't get it. Yeah, that controller, you lot saw my reaction for that. That pissed me off.
Game Pass is kind of crappy right now because there's no big, great new games. And additionally,
I mean, it's literally 2 weeks away for their next big game.
the games you may have been hoping to finally get some sequels from the studios you actually enjoy, well, those studios are getting shut down. Whoop-de-doo! Oh my god, this is ridiculous. Whoop-de-doo! Oh my god, this is ridiculous. One of the best Xbox games in years. Yeah, let's shut down that studio. Literally every tweet is that this is insane and that consolidation is a negative thing. I am annoyed. I better not see a single person in the comment section being like, oh, Xbox just wants to compete. Remember the Xbox fanboys that were saying, oh, Microsoft's buying up everything under the sun, will create better games and more safety nets, and they can be more experimental and create bold new ideas. All of that was a lie.
No, it wasn't. No, it wasn't. And the reason why it wasn't is because even to this day, right now, they are not allowed to operate with free reign. We have not seen yet Microsoft operate under free reign because, one, they are still in court with someone trying to divest ABK as we speak. That case is probably going to go on for another year or two. So there's that. They've had to sacrifice a lot of, concessions by giving away cloud and games that they didn't want to give away. So the amount of shackles that are on Microsoft preventing them to actually do what the fuck they want to do means that they are extremely restricted. So no. We haven't seen what an unrestricted Microsoft can do. All we've seen is what a shackled down, restricted Microsoft can do, and that's not a lot. So maybe these ponies can get their fucking FTC out of here, and their stupid regulators that they're jerking off to every 5 minutes, trying to keep them on the case with their stupid gamers lawsuit, which has now failed 7 or 8 times, and just let the company do what it wants to do and create good games for the people that actually want to play them.
None of this is leading to anything good. Straight up, Microsoft pulled the plug, threw you out the door, and said, good luck, hope you make better games for some other company in the future. This, oh my god, I'm legitimately annoyed. I'm sorry I seem like such a drama queen. I'm annoyed specifically about the Tango Gameworks thing because everybody, if you actually look at the Tango Gameworks fan Twitter accounts, which I do literally daily, everybody's always talking about, oh man, I can't wait till Tango comes back and makes another horror game. I can't wait till we see Evil Within 3 or Ghostwire 2 or something like that.
And those games can still come back and be made by the people that work in all the other studios.
These companies, even if they make a singular bad game, like let's admit it, Redfall did suck, they have a chance to bounce back. They have a chance to redeem themselves. They have a chance to actually do better next time. This permanent capital punishment is good for nobody. Look at this. Oh my god. Doesn't matter if you make a bestseller, an award winner, or a cult classic, you're going to get shut down by corporate sooner or later. I hate the...
Again, that is not true. If the games made money, they would succeed. They're not making money, so how are they supposed to succeed? I mean, if Hi-Fi Rush brought in 5 million Game Pass users and they stayed, that would have been seen as an even greater success, but it didn't. It didn't move the needle.
The fact that I want to end with this tweet because I feel like this is the wisest of all of them. So this is MVG, Modern Vintage Gamer. He works for companies, he's made his own game engine, he's probably ported games that you personally have loved. And he straight up says, the industry is screwed. Whatever mix it is of bad budgets and stupid freaking CEOs and very heartless executives, gaming is in a spot that is downright bad. And he says like this, people keep telling me there's no crash. And I feel like this is the final point that we need to actually acknowledge. Back in the 80s, when I was born, there was a video game crash where there was so much garbage stuff being churned out from every...
This is the Nintendo crash, I believe, that he's talking about.
Single company of Atari and stuff like that. They were just making the laziest, weirdest games. There was actually a Atari game based on dog food.
No, the Nintendo crash was in the 90s. 80s, we're talking Atari and Commodore 64 era.
Obviously, it was just a bad time. It was the Wild West with no restrictions, and because of it, people got bored instead of being entertained, and the industry very nearly died, and Nintendo managed to swoop it in with the Nintendo seal of approval and kind of bounce it back. The video game crash of the 80s was very bad, but since then, everything has managed to recover, to rally. Video game graphics have gotten better, games have gotten bigger, the worlds have been more fun, online crazy experiences have been so, honestly, such huge leaps forward in social engineering and stuff. My thought is the fact that it is bizarre that after all of this, we're seeing another video game crash, and nobody even wants to acknowledge it. But this has just been some off-the-cuff thoughts. What do you guys think about this? Tell me what you think.
Oh, are they? I didn't know that. Yeah, they did bring... I mean, when the judge has to turn around and ask you... Because Jacqueline actually turned around and asked the FTC, for the whole of this day's trial, you've always mentioned PlayStation and not the consumer. And she asked them, why are you protecting PlayStation and not the consumer? Because you haven't mentioned the consumer once in the past 3 hours. And the FTC was like, would you like a picture of a kitten? But yeah, There's a lot of rage here, but he's clearly missing the point and not understanding what this is all about, which is a bit of a shame. But I didn't expect much else from him. Ghost of Tsushima's developers revealed PC players will need a PlayStation Network account to play the multiplayer mode. A single player will not require it. All I want to understand is why other companies don't get the same smoke. Did no one pay attention to Helldivers 2? The review bombing is going to be insane. And they think Sony's going to now back down from the review bombing. Like I said, the review bombing had nothing to do with Sony backing down. But these idiots think that they won because they review bombed the game. What they don't realize is that it had nothing to do with it. In my opinion, the problem with Helldivers was making it a post-launch obligation. Even that is not a problem because it was known day one. So this person just clearly wasn't looking in the right places, which is on the Steam store page, right? Reminds me of a certain post-launch change in a very recent game by the same company. I don't know what he's talking about. They didn't learn from Helldivers 2. They did. They're going to make it day one instead of day one, then removed, and then bring it back 3 months later. So they learned very well. And these people think that the PSN access is going to be removed. They are going to be in for a sore reckoning. But it's okay because the review bombing has already started. Don't buy Sony betrayed console gamers. They are. Eventually, everything, even single players, are going to require it once a bigger game comes out. They are. It's without a shadow of doubt that they are. Without a shadow of doubt. What? But I don't know, chat. It's really sad that those studios have been let go. It really is. But it is what it is, unfortunately. And though it sucks that a studio like, Tango has been let go, because they do have some, they did release some good games. I'm hoping this doesn't spell the end for them. But this is one reason why I think PC gamers love what they do. This is one reason. This is funny. Anyone that's an Xbox or a PC fan will instantly know the reference.
Thomas the Tank Engine! No. Oh, run! That's so good! Oh my god, he's coming! Captain, get down! Run! Thomas the Tank Engine looks fucking... Watch out, boy! Bro, he looks zoinked! We're about to get molested by Thomas the
Imagine getting murdered by Thomas.
Thomas, I used to play with you as a kid, mate! Don't hurt us! Oh, shit! Thomas the Tank Engine!
Good memories of Skyrim, huh? That is Buzz Lightyear that gets absolutely murdered by Thomas the Tank Engine.
Hey, Mr. Thomas, it's alright.
Yeah, I'm gonna check it out, Devastator. Hey, Wayne. Let's have a look at this.
My video uploads. Pre-order my... I've been slacking a lot when it comes to my video uploads. Pre-order my book, American Evil. Link in the description. I've been really, really busy lately. Just enjoying my life. Just working hard, getting a lot of housework done, things like that. It's been a great week for me personally. So forgive me if I'm not completely up to date on gaming news. It's just one of those things where I'm just kind of like, yeah, I'm playing good video games. You know, I'm playing Final Fantasy V and 6. You know, I'm playing Helldivers. I'm playing Silent Hill 2. I'm playing, like, you know, good stuff, right? Like, my thing, though, with the way things are looking now, it's kind of embarrassing, honestly. Is Helldivers 2 going to be negatively impacted by the recent news that PlayStation Networking, a PlayStation Network account will be required, right? Is this going to be a thing that impacts the longevity of the game? Yes, because the backlash was so strong and so severe that people's opinions on the game have soured, right? The negative reviews have come in overwhelmingly negative. People have refunded their games. People have gotten angry with Sony.
It's already been recovered with overwhelmingly positive, so that's already a bad take
About this, and that's not going to go away even now that they've backed off from it, right? The reality is, this was such a big deal for them that I don't expect Helldivers 2 will be talked about or remembered as fondly as it would have been otherwise. I do think this
Nope.
is
Everything's returned back to normal.
Of that specific game.
Except for those countries that can't
think,
play, but
we are going to see,
it clearly seems that no one cares about those.
Drop in the next couple of months, and by this time next year, nobody will remember the game at all. Not that like anybody was really paying attention or cared about the game to begin with, but you know, that's the thing.
My guy is on something.
Go through this pattern every year. It feels like where the industry props up some lazy, half-ass like online multiplayer shooter that casual like you know plebs, PlayStation plebs hype up as like the next big thing. You know, The Last of Us, Ghost of Tsushima.
Last I've heard that they can't play.
Right, like it's the same thing over and over again. Where like these games are propped up as like some major innovators in their sphere, when in reality, not only are they nothing special, they're downright ridiculous in some ways. They are not well made or interesting games at all, and yet we consistently see this every year, right? Every major PlayStation release, where we have this initial hype cycle where people pretend that the new thing is the best thing ever, and then it's slowly, gradually forgotten. And I think Helldivers 2 is well on its way to becoming a very notable example of that pattern.
My dude underestimates the power that, you know, this game is holding. He underestimates the power that this game is holding. I did find this though. I thought this was quite funny. Let's check this out before we get to our final moments.
Pussy!
Absolutely murder. I thought that was quite funny. Really well done. But yeah, so unfortunately, we are struck with another day with, you know, bad news from Xbox. They seem to have a habit of one-upping anything Sony does, and it's unfortunate. But it's really, really put a dampener on the whole, in my opinion, on what's leading up to the release of Hellblade 2. And then we've got the release of I think there's another game in between Hellblade. No, there probably isn't. We're going to get Hellblade 2, and then we're going to get the June 9th showing. I'm hoping to have internet by then. Called my ISP today and they didn't give me any information. But I think it's, you know, it's going to be a real downer come 9th June. I don't know. I just think it's going to impact it in some way. How's it going, Wayne? Yeah, Outriders is good fun. The public perception, obviously, Andrew, is going to be pretty bad, even on the 9th June launch, and it's just going to get worse. But what can you do? What can you do? At a time when Microsoft started, in my opinion, to build some momentum, they had their Idea Xbox, they announced their June 9 showcase, they are on the verge of releasing Hellblade 2, which is arguably one of the best looking games out there right now, at least according to critics anyway. And then they decide that they want to drop this now. Like the timing of this just couldn't be any worse. That's my point. I mean, obviously, there's never going to be a good time for it. But it almost seems like, you know that meme where I can't remember what it was, but they throw the egg and the wind blows it back in their face. It just feels like that. It just feels like no matter what Xbox does, I mean, they've already got a bad perception of the community, but it seems to be that they like just stepping on their own toes, and I just don't get it, man. To be honest, Lost, I don't even think the PS5 would run it any more than 30 FPS. Unreal Engine 5 is a hog. And, you know, the consoles, in terms of what they're trying to push graphically, just isn't it. Then they just don't have the weight anymore. They don't have the oomph. They don't have the horsepower. So you either release a next-gen console or a mid-gen refresh. Now, personally, I'm not a fan of mid-gen refreshes. I'd rather they just release the next-generation console. Cesano, to answer your question, from what I saw today about Nintendo, not only is the console only a step up from the Switch, so it's more of a 1.5 Switch rather than a 2 Switch, but it's also supposed to have full backwards compatibility with the Switch 1. So that's what I read today. From I can't remember where I read it actually, but it seemed pretty on point. So take that as you will. But Hellblade 2 is just, you know, it's too big of a hog for gaming these days. And the generations where game consoles take 7-year life cycles, it's too long in this day and age. People don't want poor graphics. They won't buy the game. It's very rare that a game sells if it's looking like crap. You know, Vampire Survivors, which is amazing, by the way, it's so addictive and so fun to play, but games like that come in once every decade. It's rare for a game of that caliber to succeed. But, you know, this is why there's lots of talk about the next Microsoft console being a hybrid PC and a console. And honestly, at that point, it basically becomes a pre-built PC, right? If it's going to run on x64 architecture, and it's essentially going to have an Intel CPU with an NVIDIA graphics card with 16 or 32, well, more than likely 32 gigs of RAM, and it's going to have its own kind of internal sandbox so it can actually run Xbox as a console as well. Like, at what point does it stop being a console and starts being a PC? The fact that you're going to sideload Steam means that it's going to have to be compliant with the hardware. We're not going to get that this generation of the Xbox. It's going to be the next generation. And the easiest way to do that is essentially make it a PC, so it's compliant with the hardware. And then all they do is just release the specs of that machine to publishers so they can create specs for that Xbox console. No, they don't last. You're wrong on this one. You need to go back to Specsavers. You clearly are not looking at the same things. You, I try to troll too hard there. But I want to actually let me put a poll in the chat real quick. I want to ask a question. Do I even have the thing open? I do not. Let me quickly go to. I just want to gauge public opinion. People are really upset with my stream today. You guys and unsubbing. Not cool, man. Not cool. It's supposed to be subbing, not unsubbing. That's not how this works. Let me do a little poll. I just want to gauge, public opinion. It's reverse subbing. Where's the outrage, Malik? I don't think there's been much outrage here at all. Chat, has there really been any outrage? Or am I just not seeing things? He did step down. I'd even go buy the Philbox Series if he... Maybe. But the stream is over 18, so... Honestly, Steven, Microsoft released this news today because they hoped that it would go under the radar because of all the bad news that's coming from Camp PlayStation. But perceptions will pretty much change the moment that showcase... I mean, if that showcase is a banger, then like all things are going to be forgotten and moved on. Because at the end of the day, those IPs still exist. They're not going away. I think Phil is closing to leave on his own anyway. Potentially. Of course they knew everyone would know. That's why I'm saying they wanted this information out now while the PlayStation negativity was so hot. So they wanted it to kind of come and go. I still think Perfect Dark is going to be there last. I don't think it's not going to be there. I still think it's going to be there. I think it's still going to be shown. And I think it's going to be awesome. But hopefully the rumors of it being in development. I mean, don't forget, it's just rumors, right? It's only what Grub has heard, and how often has Grub been right? Yeah, that Feel the Burn was insensitive as fuck. But it seems like the overwhelming majority wants Phil to stay. Well, that's the thing. If it's on Game Pass, you're paying a subscription. There's no reason for you to buy it. You're still paying your sub. And as bad as that might sound, that's the reality. People aren't going to pay for something if they don't have to. They're already paying for it through their sub. It's down to Microsoft to entice people to be able to go out and spend more money to buy the game. Maybe release like a collector's edition version of it. Or even a physical version on the Xbox where people would actually want to buy a physical version. Even if it is that they release a limited quantity of them. They just released it digitally, and if it's available on Game Pass, there's no difference between me having it on Game Pass and having it digitally. At the end of the day, if I've lost internet connection and I don't have the game downloaded, I can't play either of them. Do you guys really see Sarah passionate about Xbox? I don't know. I have my doubts. I think it's more of a job than a passion. But that's just my perception. I think it's more of a job for her than it is a passion. And if the passion ain't there, then she's the wrong person for the job. What you want is the right person for the job, and what you want is the person that's doing the job to actually, want... Because if you're not passionate about the job you do, it'll never hit its peak potential. Sarah's passionate for PlayStation? Nah. That's not true. I know you're trolling Lost, but that's not true. I mean, at the end of the day, with the huge investment, they need to... they were always going to trim companies and studios. It was never going to, be a smooth ride. For a year, it's a massive transition. And that's going to continue. Right? Maybe, yeah. Maybe, yeah, Devastator. I said it was my perception. I don't have to be qualified to talk about someone. Honestly, if you don't like my opinion, you don't like my views, just leave. You don't have to be in this channel. But that's my opinion. And I asked the question. And I'm entitled to do so. It's my show. You don't like it? The door's there. Dreamcast made a new video. That guy is pumping out negative videos like crazy. What did he do? Let's have a look.
Dragon's Dogma 2 is the
Fire the liar? Damn. That video's a bit too long. 17 minutes. But he's really going to town with that one. And the video's actually doing not too bad. Uncolicious Romeo, we're just talking about the whole, there's, the unfortunate situation that Xbox is in with these studios going down, and just talking about the leadership. I thought I'd put a poll up there, and well, it's offended some people, not others. Is what it is. But I guess they did leave. I didn't ban them, if that's what people are wondering. That did not happen. What is going on at Xbox? Is the leadership fault or Game Pass effect? It's not the Game Pass effect. Honestly, it's got nothing to do with Game Pass. At the end of the day, the games that these studios have been making, they're just not selling. Or they're not having the impact of getting more Game Pass subscriptions. They're not moving the needle. They're doing nothing. And if you're not doing anything, you have a problem on your hand, right? I mean, you look at the likes of Arcane Austin. The last game they made was Redfall, and that was a disaster. And then they tried to make it better. Even added 60 FPS. No one cared. So that's all just money burnt. You look at Tango. Evil Within is a niche game. Ghostwire Tokyo didn't really, move the needle. Hi-Fi Rush, despite all the acclaims of critical brilliance, again, didn't sell. So that's another studio that's just not making money. Alpha Dog, Mighty Doom, that game wasn't making money. So off it went. But, when it came to, what was it? Was it Arcane? No, not Arcane. Yeah, Arcane. Some of their staff members were absorbed into other areas of the studio that they could. So not everyone lost their job. And finally, Roundhouse Games, they merged with ZeniMax Online Studios. They're still there. They merged with ZeniMax Online Studio. So they're not gone. The staff are still around. They're just no longer called Roundhouse Games. They are now part of ZeniMax Online Studio. So really, it's Alpha Dog and Tango Gameworks that have really well and truly disappeared with their staff. They weren't absorbed anywhere. Which is a bit of a shame. I mean, all SEO is good SEO, right? All SEO is good SEO, no matter how you look at it. It's only PR that's bad. Bad PR is bad PR. But SEO is SEO. That works differently. SEO is all about how many times something is being searched and it gets pushed up. So they're always the first to get recommended as the most searched for item. Good or bad. I mean, I didn't say anything bad about, Sarah. I just said, in my opinion, I didn't really see the passion there, and I wanted to see the passion. I didn't say she can't get the job done, but if you don't have the passion, then you never really have your heart in. You know, maybe she'll prove me wrong. I just said that's my opinion. I didn't actually say anything bad about the situation. I don't understand why my league got very upset about it. It didn't make any sense. Like, you can turn around and say that I am wrong, and in your opinion, I may be wrong, and that's okay. I've got nothing against that. I respect your opinion. You know, and your opinion is yours. You know? So, there was no disrespect from you, Chris. None at all. It's just the way he came across. And by the way, I didn't ban him. Or her. I don't know if my leak is a boy or a girl. But I didn't time them out. I didn't ban them. Nothing. Literally nothing. I didn't go into any of the control settings. So they left off their own accord. Who do I want if Phil... I have no idea. Honestly, the problem is right now, if Phil steps down, I think Sacci's going to take over. Or Sacci's going to get someone of their cronies to come in and actually do an even more corpo job. I don't think we'll see a true successor. I mean, it's a scary thought when someone probably now is going to suggest Matt Booty, right? Because you know he wants the job. I mean, that's a fact, Bob. It is 100% fact. There's no avoiding that or getting around that. That part of the non-appeal is because Xbox has just so many different ways to play their first-party games that you don't need the Xbox. And that's part of the problem. Hey, Alpha One. Hope you enjoyed your meal. What did I say about Phil and Sarah? I didn't say anything about Phil. I just asked a question. And then someone said that Sarah should take over. And I said, I don't see the passion in Sarah for the job. She's doing a good job in her, as in doing the job. But I don't see the passion for gaming. And I said, maybe I'm wrong. But I'm personally not seeing it. And that upsets someone. And I said, that's my opinion. We're entitled to our opinions, right? I didn't say anything bad about her. But at the moment, if the game is not an established IP, doesn't have a good following, doesn't have a good backing, it's just, it's an uphill struggle. And investors are going to be thinking twice about, considering investing in these in these things, because clearly the risk is enormous now. And I've always said, a game studio is only alive until their one failed release. And that's all it takes today for a studio to say goodbye. It's all about return of investment. And if they're not getting that return of investment, then there's a problem. And as bad as it is, that is just the way it is. But when you see people turning around and saying, Microsoft would have been better with Bobby Kotick in charge. Really? Really? Like, you want that guy, after everything he was accused of and shown to have done, to be running any studio? I mean, that's below the belt for me. And that's why I've said, Andrew, that gaming over the years has become boring. And that is why I actually really enjoy the creative ideas and the creative games. All the smaller AA games are really, really good because they're allowed to be a little more flexible with what they do. That's it. And if Microsoft's games were, exclusive for a year to Xbox before they went to PC, you'd find that a lot more people would be buying Xboxes just to be able to play those Xbox games. To play the Hellblades and to play the Indiana Joneses and whatnot. But with them being day and date, they don't have to. But you'll find loads of PC players have a PS5. And that right there is the reason, because they don't want to wait. But you know what? The biggest game of all is coming. GTA 6. And I think that will be the biggest decider of them all. That will be the biggest one. Peter Moore, that guy was all about games and business, and he knew how to be aggressive. The problem with Phil is that even if he wanted to be aggressive, he couldn't be, because he wanted this ABK deal to go through for the past 3 years, and he's still trying to not be aggressive, which looks stupid. But considering the sheer power of Xbox, how they're not money-hatting third-party exclusives to be on Xbox. I mean, I've heard that Persona 6 is potentially going to be a timed exclusive for Xbox. And if that is the case, I mean, I guess it's a step in the right direction, but it's probably not the right game that is going to give the desired effects or the desired results. It's a very niche game. Right? It's a very niche game. I mean, Malik, isn't that always the way? Isn't that always the way? You got a lot of people complaining and moaning about games that they don't play just so they can be in with a hit crowd. Honestly, the number of people that complained about Starfield probably haven't even played it. But it doesn't stop them. Andrew Holt, I think even that's a bit too much money. I think that's too much, man. I think they should bring back The Rock and the final boss for Xbox to tie in with the OG Xbox reveal. That was funny. I remember that. But, first-party exclusives aren't as popular as third-party. They never have been, really. It is just one of those things. It's a shame. But unless it's a huge IP, like God of War, like Halo, like Spider-Man. If it's a niche game with a new IP especially, it's an uphill struggle, first party or not. And the past decade has shown that everything, at least since the COVID boom, it's only gotten worse. It's only gotten worse. My leak, I do need to ask, and feel free to not answer if you don't want to. Did anyone actually time you out? Because I didn't do it, and I'm actually curious if someone did time you out. Because if they did, then I'll contact the mods directly and, speak to them after the stream. You don't have mod rights. So you can't do it. But I just wanted to ask because if someone did, that was never my intention. They had one, but they never utilized it. It seems like they want to utilize Japan in a different way, and that's through mobile gaming. Is Helldivers 2 first party? I mean, it's a Sony IP. I mean, you can pretty much say it's a first party. The studio that made it isn't first party, but the IP, the publishing, and everything is owned by Sony, so it's more or less a first party game. I mean, my league, that was always going to be an upheaval struggle, right? They were always going to assess what worked, what didn't work, which areas they actually did well, which areas wouldn't do well, and the weaker ones would always be absorbed. And honestly, when you're looking at it, Alpha Dog and Roundhouse I never even heard of until today. Arcane Austin I did, but that was just purely through, I mean, I heard of Arcane, obviously, but Redfall really brought Arcane Austin to light. Is it? Try refreshing your page. Hopefully that'll fix it. I mean, as Phil Spencer once said, if we funded the game, we owned the IP, we paid for the game, we developed the game with, another studio, and we published the game, it's first party. So just think of it like that, and go with that motto. Sony at the time clearly didn't have a studio to make the game, so they outsourced the studio, but at the end of the day, they own everything about that franchise. That's weird, because I'm on YouTube and I can see everything. Maybe you've been censored. So, it is what it is, unfortunately. Chris, no, there are layoffs. There are definitely layoffs. There's definitely layoffs. If you're looking at this, some members of the team joining other studios to work across Bethesda, but Arcane Austin is having layoffs guaranteed. Tango Gameworks, it looks like they've just been shut down entirely with no mention of them being associated at all. AlphaDog is gone entirely, and Roundhouse Games, formerly known as Human Head Studios, is being absorbed into ZeniMax Online Studios. So, outside of a few jobs, key roles here that will probably overlap with ZeniMax Online Studios, the majority of Roundhouse Games is keeping their job. But AlphaDog and Tango seem to be the two most affected by this, as it looks like they're all gone. And for Arcane Austin, some were saved, others were not. I mean, was it doing good? Redfall was not Redfall. Ghostwire Tokyo is a Tango game. It didn't do very well on Metacritic, and it didn't really sell well either. And Evil Within was always a niche game. Where was it actually doing the numbers that people think it was doing? Again, I'm not diminishing Tango Gameworks' work. I'm just saying, where is these mystical numbers that people say where this studio was amazing? At the end of the day, if they don't make money, that's a problem, right? I'm not asking him to step down. It was a question. Personally, I don't think he should. That's my opinion. But I thought I'd ask the question. They're hiring for a new project at Tango, but well, I mean, even if they were hiring for a new project, it seems like that new project is... And Bob, that is why I left the games industry. That is literally why I left the games industry. Because I had no job security. My years working in the games industry was actually pretty fun. I really liked what I did there. I really enjoyed working in the industry. It's, it's different. The environment, the vibe, everything is just different. But the job security was so bad that it just wasn't, secure enough. Like, if you have a family, especially if you worked in QA, right? If you worked in QA, you had zero job security. You were basically seen as trash. And, even overtime was kind of... You were told that if you didn't do the overtime, they would remember and it would affect your chances of getting your contract renewed after 3 months. It's... Like I said, man. That statement right there is 100% true. From a QA standpoint, from when I worked in the industry, and from what I've heard, it's not really changed at all. No, I wouldn't say that, Steven. I wouldn't say that. I mean, John, that's the ultimate thing, right? People losing their jobs is not a good thing. So hopefully people will find jobs and move on with that. And, land on their feet. It's not great. There should be some unions forms for this industry. I'm not huge on unions, but the industry needs that stability moving forward. It's just too volatile. The games industry is way too volatile. I mean, it's like a lot of tech companies, to be fair, but the games industry it's in a league of its own when it comes to the volatility. It's just bad. Bob, then you know exactly what I'm talking about. You know exactly what I'm talking about. It's really hard to carve anything out. Tango built 2 games that didn't do very well, and 2 games built by Shinji Mikami, who already left the company. This was unfortunately predictable. And that's the point. As sad as it is for all of this, it's not like it wasn't a possibility that what people were seeing that could happen. But, you know, obviously you didn't want Tango to shut down. They still had some talented players, but what are you not trying to work out? How much Game Pass makes? If that's what you're trying to work out, wasn't it recently said that around 85 to 90% of Game Pass users have Game Pass Ultimate? So if Game Pass Ultimate is £13, or $17 in the US, and if we times that by 12, and then times that by, let's say, 32 million, and then divide that by 12, you're looking at $544 million a month, $1 million on average, and that's excluding Game Pass Core, which has roughly about 10 million times. How much is Game Pass Core in the US? I know it's £60 for a year in the UK, but how much is it in the US? Can someone tell me? I don't know that figure. Yeah, we'll leave that for next stream. It's about $10. Yeah, I know it's $10, but if you buy it in for 12 months, we are going to, you actually get a discount. So I'm going to guess it's $60 as well, right? So 10 times 60. Well, let's do $60 times 12. Oh no, $60 times 10 million. That's not right. I'm doing my maths wrong. Or am I? So it's $60 and there's 10 million Game Pass Core. So I guess that comes to 600 million. So plus the 544 million, sorry. You're already at 1.14 billion. 1,144 million, and we still haven't even counted the Game Pass PC or the others. So they're making money every month. They're making over $1 billion. Wait, no, that's wrong. We divide that by 12. So it's 50 million. I knew my maths was wrong. So they're making 600 million a month. add PC Game Pass, and then add standard Game Pass, give or take, you're looking 700 million a month. So yeah, Game Pass is actually doing all right. I mean, whether that's enough to sustain them, 750 million a month is unknown. But if we look at, say, 750 million times 12, did I do that right? That's a lot of money. It's a lot of money. So, you know, just based on how much money they're making with Game Pass Core and the rest of Game Pass, you're looking about somewhere between $7 to $8 billion a year. That's crazy money. Game Pass is making money, but they want that more. See, that's at like where it is now. They want double that. So they want to be making somewhere in the region of about 15 to 20 billion a year just from Game Pass. You can't get Core for free, no. But it's a lot of money. But anyway, folks, that is going to be it for me, I think. We're going to watch the other stream on Thursday. I'll be back then. Unless something crazy happens tomorrow, I'm probably going to be on Twitch tomorrow playing some games. But if nothing crazy happens, then we'll be back on Thursday with some more news. Probably going to have a video out after this for those of you that want to check it out. But that's it. Thanks so much for hanging out. And I will catch up with you all next time. Again, thank you so much for all that turned out. We had a great turnout tonight. And lots of awesome responses. Thank you very much to everyone that either became a member or super chatted. I appreciate it. And for those of you that unsubscribed, you should totally do an Uno reverse on that. But anyway, if you've enjoyed the stream, hit that like button, subscribe, and if you're just turning up to this channel, hit that bell so you're notified of all the content I release. And I will see you in the next one, folks. As always, stay safe and remain legend. Have a good night, folks. And don't beat each other up. Don't do it. It's not worth it. And there's the poll ended. The majority of you say keep Phil Spencer. Only 79 people voted, but it's good enough. Peace out, folks.